So many problems today. So many problems. I wake up today and I see BS news about UK forcing itself on other countries, trying to be like the new British Empire with its censoring of bullshit. And then I look at the chat and I see all of you lurkers. I can't even make a cursed thumbnail or a cursed video title without horny posts. And to make things worse, Facebook on my...
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Facebook on my browser is broken. I can't load the stupid website. Error 500, error 500. Sorry, the website's struggling to load right now. Error 500. What is this bullshit? What is this crap? The app works, but oh, is the app. The app works fine, but the website, oh no. Error 500. We are so sorry, error 500. I use Brave, I use Chrome, I use Edge, all of them same. Error 500. Stupid. Johnny English, I don't know why you sent me that emote, but thank you for the 5. But I asked some lurkers, oh, there's no problem, Benmin. There is no problem at all. It looks fine. I managed to log into Facebook desktop website. No problem. Oh yeah. Congratulations, lurker. Congratulations. You can log into Facebook. Oh yes, congratulations to you. What's this? Huh. Works on my machine. I hate that. I can't even... Facebook has been giving me nothing but problems for the past few months. I hope the website loads again because I'm not happy. I am very not happy. I don't want to have to send my memes to my phone to upload to my Facebook app. Promise I won't quit Facebook. Too much memories. I'm still a Facebook admin at heart. I'm still a Facebook page admin at heart. Welcome, Doshobot. I make cursed thumbnail. Something very cool, something very ARG-like, something very nice and spooky, and then you saw the post, right? You saw the chat. Oh my god. All of you lurkers, very, very, very disappointing behavior. I've got a lot to talk about, and it's about some real... I want to use... This is just getting worse. It's just getting worse. This whole UK thing is just getting so much worse. This whole UK thing is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and I just want to, it just makes me want to, if UK were, I can't even remember her name anymore. I can't even remember her name anymore. Ellie from Last of Us Part 2. If the UK were Ellie from Last of Us Part 2, I would be Abby. That is how I feel. That is how I feel about what UK is trying to do right now. Every country, every single country, doesn't matter if you're American, it doesn't matter if you're European, doesn't matter if you are Ukrainian, doesn't matter if you're Hungarian, doesn't matter if you are living in Thailand or Malaysia or Singapore or Taiwan. Oh, UK will be forcing you. And apparently, one modder for a Yu-Gi-Oh game got perma-banned. The modder has never done anything wrong. No infractions, no warnings, nothing. A clean modder with a clean reputation. But the mistake? They made anime waifu Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And Nexus Mod banned that modder. Because, oh, it will be illegal under UK law. This is getting ridiculous, it's getting so stupid, but we are 12 minutes. 12 minutes, so I'm just going to calm down a bit. Let me try. Bullshit, Facebook, you piece of crap. You piece of nonsense. Oh my god, you piece of nonsense. Look at this crap. Wrong. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this crap. Look at this crap. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I've been trying to use the desktop website for the past hour. Nothing. I have to use the app, and I have to go to my phone to use the app. How do I turn on incognito mode on? How do I turn on incognito mode on? How do I turn on incognito mode on? Control Shift. Okay. Control Shift. New. Let me check. Oh, why does it work in incognito mode? Why? 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 Lurkers, why does it work on incognito mode? What is the problem? Any of you programmers here, tell me why does it work in incognito mode? Yes, please, Zana, give me an explanation. This does not make sense. This really makes zero sense to me. But how? I don't get it. I do not get it, but why does it have... Why Shouldn't Facebook be destroyed? Period. Why incognito mode somehow bypasses the problem? If there's something wrong with my PC, incognito mode wouldn't have made a difference. And I also try it on Edge. It is still black. It is still the same problem. It is still the same problem. Still the same problem. Still the same problem. I tried it on Edge, which I never use. Same problem. I don't want to log into everything again. I'm using Brave. I don't want to log into everything again. It is so tiresome to log into everything again. I don't know what is wrong. Absolutely abhorrent. Absolutely abhorrent. Pardon me, I'm going to just we're going to have a chat for a few more minutes before I get to the stream. So just ask me random questions. I'm going to look up some stupid things. Settings, privacy. Settings, privacy, security. I don't want to log back into all my services. It's so tiresome. I have to log back into every single website. If I clean my cache, I have to log back into every single website and I am not interested. I'll do it after the stream. This is getting ridiculous. I'll do it after the stream. No, I'll see you. I have to clear my cache. I'll clear my cache. I'll just clear my cache after the stream. It's too much problem right now. It's way too much problem right now outside of the stream. While streaming, sorry. Like, how do I search for the Facebook cookies and delete it? How do I? Let me check. Let me see. If I can delete just the Facebook cookies, that will be fun. That will be fine. It's too much trouble deleting every single one. No, I can't view. How do I view that? Let me see. How do I view that? Cookies and other site data. Let me see. Cookies and other site data. How do I do that? Nope. Two more minutes until the stream starts. Can you? I don't know where the Brave just tells me whether I just want to delete every cookie. Oh yeah, that's so useful. That is so useful. Oh my goodness, that is so useful. Let me see. Brave cookies location. Brave cookies location. Delete cookies for one website. Okay, let's see. Cookies and site data. Site settings. Wait, let me see. I deleted it. I deleted the stupid cookies and it's still inaccessible. My god. This is so... It's a Facebook problem. It is such a Facebook problem. It is such a Facebook problem. Piece of crap. Motion sensors, notifications, pop-up redirects. Let me see. Let's try this again. My God, your stupid website. Why am I wasting so much time on this? Ugh. Why am I wasting so much time on this? Not stupid Zuck. Be that way. I'll worry about you later. I'll worry about you later. Oh, let's properly start now. It's stream time, I'll worry about that stupid thing later. Don't know why it is so hard. Let me drink something. Let's start with a little something odd. A small topic. Well, it's not a very small topic, but it is. If you're an Australian, you are going to be warned. If you are an Australian lurker right now, something weird is happening. It makes me
we all
wonder.
remember the referendum of a couple of years ago. We all remember what the outcome of it was. Not just no, but hell no, all over the country. Oh, sorry, with the exceptions of a couple of teal electorates and the ACT. We know what the result of all of that was. And we also remember that one of the reasons why people were so annoyed that the whole thing took place was because it apparently cost the best part of $5.4 billion to actually stage. I double-checked this afternoon. The Australian Electoral Commission has got up the cost of every by-election, every federal election, every referendum that we've ever had. The one a couple of years ago was $411 million. This was for a yes-no question. Well, believe it or not, the Prime Minister is openly talking about having another referendum, one that not many Australians are all that psyched about, and one that I'm not imagining is going to be automatically supported by the Australian people. He made that announcement today. The beginnings of a process which could lead to more politicians and longer terms in the Parliament.
Huh. Remember how people like this, like Australian politicians and British politicians, always talk about, oh, if Donald Trump becomes the president, he will increase the term limits and blah, 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 the fascist. Huh. Now Australia's Prime Minister wants to have increased term limits.
Currently, roughly 3 years, but it's not a fixed term, and we've got that whole willy won't he nonsense about elections that played out earlier this year. Instead, the Prime Minister, desperate to hold on to the power that he believes he will have for the rest of his life, wants it in bigger and longer chunks. In fact, he would like it to move to fixed 4-year terms. Now, of course, that would mean that the average politician would get to add an extra $200,000, or in his case, $600,000. It would mean we would go from 6-year terms for senators like Lydia Thorpe to potentially 8-year terms for people like Lydia Thorpe, who freshly re-elected, remember, ran away from the Greens, and we now have to still put up with her up until the next election when she claims she's not going to run. But I think we all know she'll probably find a way to keep on running. Here is the Prime Minister today talking about why Australia should change its constitution, have a referendum to guarantee politicians like himself can earn more money.
I support fixed 4-year terms, always have. Referendums are
Why?
pretty hard to carry in this country, and opportunism kicks in. I made clear my government's position, but we support it. If people want to go out there and advocate and build support for it, that would be a sensible thing.
Oh, you want it. Don't know. You want it. You want to be in power longer and your friends wants to be in power longer. At least own it. At least have the decency to own it. Don't create if the people wants this to be a thing, we will go for it. Oh, if the people wants it, people do not want this to. People, you really think. You use your brain and you really think. People want unlikable politicians and so-called leaders to be in power longer. You really think that? You really think people would not want proper short-term checks and balances to make sure the power of the government does not get held on long?
Now, part of the building support for it is an inquiry which is to be held by the federal parliament into the last federal election. There is a thing called a Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. It's been around forever, and its job is to turn around and have a look at how to secure our democracy going into the next election.
Nothing says secure our democracy than increasing term limits for even unpopular officials. Nothing. Really, nothing speaks better of protecting democracy than making sure those unpopular politicians who lied their way into power stay in power longer. Oh, splendid.
Now, in the last parliament, this was a multi-year process that resulted in, among other things, caps on spending at elections, in my view, slanted towards the Labor Party because unions are independent organisations that can outspend anyone else on the political ballot apart from the Labor Party. At times, once you put them together, it can be 5 to 1, 10 to 1, 15 to 1. Spending limits on people like the Teals, but of course they were deferred for this election when there was a chance of a hung parliament. But now, with the dominance of the Albanese government, here comes the hammer, which is they would like to have an inquiry into having more federal politicians. The argument is that there are too many people in the country. Geez, I wonder who makes that choice. Which now means that there are too few politicians to effectively represent the too many people that, by their own admission, politicians have to represent, particularly in the big cities. Now, all of this comes via a bloke called Don Farrell. Now, anyone who knows Australian politics knows this bloke is an absolute, the godfather, as they call him, of the Labor Party. But of course, he's the man who, as Special Minister of State, this is his full-time job, working out how to reform the system, to guarantee more taxpayer money goes to people like the Labor Party, who, if they have more votes in the opposition, end up with not just a permanent financial advantage, but then potentially, with a whole bunch of other changes that are being discussed, a Victorian Labor-like grip on power. Well, the news reporting today is that the current 150 members of the parliament needs to expand. Why? Because the ratio of politicians to population that the parliament also decides to continually increase is a reason to change. The inquiry will consider creating more electors to reflect population growth since the last time the parliament was expanded from 125 to 148. It's now, of course, at 150. A move the Albanese government and other Labor and coalition MPs are apparently open to in private. Geez, what a surprise. Everyone on the gravy train wants the gravy train to go longer and to be
What
deeper
a shock.
for the...
What a shock. No, but don't worry. It's just for the population. It is for the people. We are in power for longer and we are more entrenched for you. For you, aren't you grateful? Aren't you so grateful? Just like how grateful I am that Facebook gives me an error 500 when I'm trying to access it. What a joke.
trough to go. It continues here with another little thing that the government, that remember, with its majority and as well as its combination with the Greens, can make dumb ideas law that quickly, and everyone else just has to look to the other side. What about this piece today? Unprecedented, weirdest stuff and concerns about Americanisation of the 2025 campaign are to be probed in a review. Now, I'm going to have to read a bit here because you've got to follow on. One of the other people involved in this process is a bloke called Jerome Laxall. He is the re-elected and handsomely re-elected member of the seat of Bennelong. Concerning reports of aggression and intimidation allegedly experienced by voters and electoral workers have prompted a review of the 2025 election by the Federal Parliament, boosting security around polling places and concerns about cashed up, shadowy, hyper-partisan campaign groups are to be probed. And that's all code for Advance Australia.
Well,
And they're fine when it's Climate 200, they're fine when it was Get Up. Oh, but because Advance Australia can land a blow, a line has been crossed by some campaigners in the May federal
oh boy, it's like the whole far-right thing all over again, isn't it?
election, says that MP. Some of the weirdest and craziest stuff happened, stuff that I've never experienced before. We don't want the Americanisation of our democracy with hyper-partisanship and these incredibly well-funded third-party operators influencing our
There you have it. There you have it. Everywhere it's the same. They always talk about, oh, democracy this, democracy that. Suddenly when there is a third party, dark horse, making gains, oh, suddenly it is a problem. Oh, suddenly it is influence from outsiders. Remember all that Russia thing? Suddenly there's a third party that does not have the deep state mandate. Oh, suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly there's something weird happening.
democracy. Well, what does he call a union? What does he call Climate 200? What does he call Get Up in the Past? Now, all of this, again, this is like the way when they turn around and say, well, we're going to limit the amount of spending that anyone can do in a federal election because we want to stop Clive Palmer. Oh, but Holmes Accord, good billionaire, Palmer, bad billionaire. This is your democracy, being debated, being discussed and being shredded before your very eyes. On top of that, and a little bit later in the show, we'll continue the conversation because, thankfully, there has been some noise about what we told you about last night. A plan to make it harder to get more information out of the federal government and to make it more expensive to even ask for freedom of information requests.
Oh, wow. Everywhere. It is everywhere. But yeah, there's a little bit of something coming out from Australia. A little bit of something coming out from Australia, and it is so... Oh, let me try something. Something weird is happening with Facebook for real. For some reason, it's accessing the page directly. That's a problem. I do not know why. Accessing the main page directly is the problem. Yep, here we go, Nambo. That was the taste. Oh, did you know, Nambo, that your precious, illustrious, your precious, illustrious, and very, very well-loved and respected Prime Minister wants a referendum to be passed that will increase the term limits of himself and his friends? Did you keep track of that? by any chance? Did you keep track of that at all? By the way, you asked for it according to him. You asked for it according to him. Few days ago, he made some kind of like a big speech about how, oh, we are planning a new referendum to change the constitution. Now elected officials I believe that he said, the people believes that elected officials should have longer term limits and we want to support that. Oh yeah, as if it wasn't you who came up with the idea. No, it's your prime minister is contemplating it hard. You might be expecting a new referendum vote coming out soon. We don't want to Americanize our democracy, that's why we're becoming the UK. Really makes you think. Let me see the next one. Alright, next one. Next one indeed. This is a little discovery I made that was reported by Madam Savvy. Okay, Madam Savvy is always in with the digging and all of the new information. Always with the new diggings. So once upon a time, there was this person who is one of the executives of what is called NCOS. What is NCOS? NCOS is this. National Center on Exploitation. Okay? So this head of NCOS, one of the heads, there's a lot of people who are part of this. It seems there's a lot of people who are part of this. One of the heads actually was quite against cuties back in the past. I mean, of course, everyone was. If you weren't, something has to be asked about you. But yeah, this person was quite against cuties back in the past. And by the way, NCOs are one of those, the ban adult video games, ban adult cartoons, ban adult manga, all that things. The usual ones, NCOs. So something odd happened. Something very, very odd happened. Okay? What was the odd thing that happened? Back to Madam Savvy. It would appear that NCOs has changed their stance on cuties in order to align with... Actually, that's a bit of a spoiler. I'll just show you the pictures first. So, as you can see, she is a Senior VP Strategic Initiatives and Programs, which means makes a lot of big decisions on behalf of NCOs. She used to call out cuties a lot, but when it became public that one of the leader of Collective Shout and apparently a personal ally has defended cuties. Something weird happened. This post got deleted. It got deleted. This post got deleted. All of the founder of and all of the VPs of NCO's posts about cuties have all been deleted. All of the posts calling that travesty of a so-called movie out. Because Melinda Tankard-Rees of Collective Shout has expressed support for cuties. So, again, Madam Savvy asked a valid question. European ENCOS has changed their stance on cuties in order to align with Collective Shout, who chose to defend it. That VP of ENCOS has deleted her tweets relating to cuties only after I quote-tweeted her. I asked another VP in charge of public policy about it some time ago. She says she will look into it, which she did not have. She will look into it, which she did not have to say. But does this mean we have our answer? Will ENCOS publicly reaffirm their condemnation, which exploited a lot of people under the guise of auditioning, literally doing this? If so, why do high-ranking members of the organization no longer feel the need to condemn this disgusting show? Why would you align yourself with Collective Shout, who is in the last week have reaffirmed their defense of the appalling film? Really makes you wonder. Yes. Reminder, ENCOS tried to label Grok-chan as a completely fictional character that is completely made up by AI. As this. Trying to get Elon in trouble in UK law. Get all anime banned. Suddenly, when it's time to protect actual people, oh, silence. Oh, I heard you, our fellow ally has decided to cross us and disagree with us. I encourage you to delete that post right now if you want us to remain allies. Says Collective Shout. Some thoughts on cuties why I'm not joining the calls to ban. They will always target fictional characters. They will always target fiction. They will always target adult advertisements made by adults, consenting adults, for adults. They have a problem with that. Trumpet, thank you for the one gifted. No, not Jim. Go thank Trumpet. Oh my goodness. Every single day it is two-faced behavior. Every single day. Every single day. Anyway, before I continue with the stream, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Click the bell notification icon. If you don't, something might happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5. Oh, this is revenge against all the lurkers who made fun of my really cursed. Oh yeah, remember to unset restricted mode. By the way, you remember to unset restricted mode at
You
the
will
top.
have nothing and you
At the
will
top.
like it.
Oh, thank you, Johnny English. At the top right of your YouTube icon, click on it, then go down until you see the word restricted, and if it's on, turn it off. That's a very cute trumpet. Yes, it is. And I know for a fact that the chat rate is completely incongruent with my concurrent viewers. So apparently my concurrent viewers is under 50, but my chat rate is 33, which is quite high and does not make sense. Thanks a lot, YouTube. Thank you so much. Oh.
You will have nothing
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
You will like it.
Should have thought about that when you came into my weight room chat posting so much horny comments, lurkers. Should have thought about that. Oh. And here we go. Something big is... Visa and MasterCard is next. Visa and MasterCard is next. So...
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Yes, Ra, it's kind of true. You know, Ryan, let me check. Ryan made a post. Ryan Valerius, let me see. Ryan Valerius also warned about it because she has fallen victim to the restricted mode as well. So yeah. Mode as well. So this is what it looks like when your restricted mode is on. Everything is gone. Everything. So if you are... So really, it is just better to just turn it off. And there is a lot of people... There's a lot of YouTube users, and I'm sure there's a high chance some of you are as well, that restricted mode has been turned off, stealth turned on, without your consent and without your awareness, so you should turn it off. But on the next topic, something very nostalgic is happening with Visa. Extremely nostalgic. Extremely nostalgic. Let us give this a read and we will get to why I say it's nostalgic, okay? Let us have a read. Let us have a proper read. So this Alfie Brody guy, on his LinkedIn, as they always do, they love bragging about their resumes. They love bragging about how connected they are, how they know powerful people, how they know rich people, how they do all this random stuff. But yes, Alfie Brody, he is a VP of Global Sponsorships at Visa, and he made a very troubling post. And why do I say troubling? Let me just have a look. Gaming is no longer just play, it's culture, community, and commerce. Gen Z and Gen Alpha spend more time gaming than on any other media. Okay. That sounds like a whole load of corporate PR speak. At Visa, our mission is to uplift everyone. What? It is just video games everywhere by bringing the best way to pay and be paid. Now we are bringing that purpose into the gaming ecosystem. Any of you start to notice something odd is happening? I'm going to cover some. Wait, I'm going to. Let me just. Let me just. Alright. Okay, ready. Let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, take care. Sushi, shut up. Continue. Let's continue. Now we are bringing that purpose into the gaming ecosystem. Hold that thought. As Director Global Gaming Partnerships, you lead the charge in building transformative collaborations with publishers, platforms, leagues, and creators, reimagining trademark how payments power the future of play. How payments power the future of play. Keep note all of these weird wordings. It's going to be nostalgic soon. This role is more than partnerships. Here we go. It's about 1. Building global strategies that unlock new opportunities from players and partners alike. A whole lot of corporate PR buzzwords BS. Driving innovation where gaming and commerce collide. One part, buzzword BS. Second part, to you, what is considered acceptable innovation? Visa. And 3, championing economic empowerment in one of the fastest growing cultural movements on the planet. Oh yeah! By banning thousands of games, by forcing Steam and itch.io to ban thousands of games, not just off-brand games, but even just games with adult themes. Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Oh yeah, I completely believe you when you say this. Oh yeah. If you're passionate about gaming, inspired by culture, and ready to make an impact on a global stage, we want you on our team. Is that so? You know what this sounds like? You go beneath all of this flowery corporate speak. You know what it sounds like to me? Especially the whole part of we are bringing that purpose into the gaming ecosystem. Reimagining how payments power the future of play. You know what that reminds me of? Driving innovation. All of this. Behaviors are gonna have to change, and this is one thing we are asking game developers. You have to force behaviors, and at Visa, we are forcing behaviors. That is what it looks like to me. Maybe it's just me, but that's really what it looks like to me. What do y'all think? Am I too schizo again? Am I going a little too over the top again? OTT, as one would say. If you want to take what is being said at face value, Visa by Visa in this post here, you will firstly know in its most generous interpretation, you come to the conclusion that Visa is lying through their teeth. If you are going by a less generous interpretation, Visa is pulling a we are gonna force behaviors. just so you know. I'm sure it's very interesting to notice though, but Larry Fink, the BlackRock guy, spends millions and millions of dollars annually for security. I wonder why. Anita Sarkeesian and and ZQ. Anita and ZQ. Those two ruin gaming for everyone. Oh, firstly, because Anita wanted money, and secondly, ZQ wanted fake recognition. Wanted to manufacture recognition for a so-called game that's just a glorified pick-your-own adventure. What a joke, truly. But this is not all there is to it, by the way. So we have this. Let's read what Smash JT has to say. He wrote quite a long text about this, and I want to have a look. Visa is openly trying to position itself as leader of the gaming blah 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 blah. But while gaming has been about culture and a sense of community, it's never involved corporate payment processes dictating the direction of the space. Of course not. But they don't care. They only want to force behaviors, obviously. They do not care. They see gaming as a solid, cultural juggernaut, and they want to force behaviors. Yes, injecting corporate interests, pushing propaganda, remember, forcing behaviors. Quietly shifting control of the gaming ecosystem into the hands of companies that profit from every single transaction. True, what does a credit card? Absolutely nothing. Oh, by the way, this guy gets paid $245,000 a year, US dollars a year, to spout this crap. And of course, Nurkas, California. Of course. Ooh, of course. California. By the way, this job description has been scrubbed. The global video game industry experiencing explosive growth, dominant force in entertainment culture commerce, driven by the deep engagement of Gen Z and Gen Alpha, who spend more time gaming than on any other media. This digital native generation see gaming not as play by a social connection, creative expression either. What bullshit are you talking about? This is some histrionic crap. As a result, brands that want to reach and remain relevant with these influential audiences must authentically engage within the gaming ecosystem. This is why you see advertisements in your single-player games. This is why Ubisoft infamously had advertisements on Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And when people called them out for it, oh, it's just a test. It was just a test. No, it's not just a test. They didn't even say it was just a test. Oh, it was a bug. It was a glitch. But Ubisoft, you have to understand this. Ubisoft, please, you have to understand this. How is it a glitch or a bug if everything was programmed and formatted so perfectly as if it was meant to be there? Explain that to me. If it was a glitch or a bug, it would be like random, jumbled up, mixed of messy formatting and images spammed everywhere as if the entire game was hacked type of thing. This was blah blah blah. Let's keep reading. Visa's global sponsorship and experiential team is seeking a strategic and collaborative professional to lead the management of its gaming partnerships. What a load of buzzwords. This role will oversee property execution and property execution. What an odd way to word it. Act as the sponsorship subject matter expert for key client relationship. Oh, just like how you picked Roblox to partner with Visa? Additionally, this person will help drive Visa's emerging gaming sponsorship vertical, shaping and executing related strategies and activations. What a load of buzzwords. The ideal candidate will be a highly motivated team player. Typical corpo buzzword. Highly motivated team player. And will become a recognized leader both internally and externally. This role requires close collaboration with Visa stakeholders, agency partners, and clients to manage annual rights and maximize the impact of Visa's global sponsorships. For sure, maximize the impact of Visa's global sponsorship, just like how Visa till now is still sponsoring Roblox. Oh yeah, that is a lot of impact right there. The only problem for Visa is it is not a good impact, but it sure as hell is a very large impact. Said to me unmistakably. Strong relationship building skills are essential as this role will interface directly with partners. So is he going to speak with Roblox about the whole weird things that have been happening for close to a decade now? The candidate will also lead asset management, contractual deliverables, and the development of activation campaigns. What a very... It almost feels like it's written by AI. You got an AI to focus on every single corporate buzzword imaginable and you just write a job description. It does sound like that. $169K to $245K. And the job listing got destroyed after people started noticing it. Of course it did. Of course it did. When faced with transparency, when faced with a searchlight, when faced with people noticing, they will always scurry and hide. It is so predictable. Huh. So this is what I think, lurkers. This is what I think. For those of you... Oh, Ryan, good guitarist, welcome to the stream. Anyway, this is what I think, lurkers. I'm going to start a PowerPoint first. I don't think I need to, but for clarity's sake, I should try. Alright. Wrong. Here we go. What does Visa want? Hello OP, welcome. Thank you. What does Visa want? I don't think Visa is not a typical hypocrite. There is a deeper goal than this. They deliberately want to force behaviors on the gaming industry. And of course, this includes promoting things they want, but also censoring, removing things they do not like. It is very obvious. It is just too obvious. Everything was all part of this step. Now the question is, however, the question that I would like to ask, however, is on whose orders? Who or what does Visa listen to? That is the important question to ask. That is the most important question to ask. And if I had to guess, I'm going to start and dig a little bit and see. I'm going to dig a little bit and have a look. That is that is the most important question. This is so... I'll just have to work it out later. Let me just have a look. I am kind of curious. Let me have a look. Just give it a few seconds because I am kind of curious. to my absolute shock, over the past years, every single time. Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. And these three always work together. So 663, that's quite a lot of power. And of course, the other part of Vanguard as well. Another Vanguard. So 6.87, 6.03, 3.48, 2.26, and 1.68. That is a lot of voting power. All the Vanguards are part of Vanguard. Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street also work together. It's always the same. Always the same. And they're all the top holders, by the way. And I suspect their holdings have only gotten higher. These are from 2022. I have no reason to believe the numbers didn't go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, of course, if you really want, you can add Morgan Stanley into it as well. That is a lot of voting power. So yes, why should you be shocked? Why should you be shocked that Visa sounds exactly like its investor, its impact investor? Why should you be shocked that Visa sounds almost exactly like its impact investor? Oh, so tiresome. Everything is so tiresome. Everything is so tiresome. Everything is so tiresome. My goodness. Oh my God. I have found a way to bypass that stupid error from Facebook. Lurkers, I cannot believe the solution to resolving that stupid error from Facebook is so... Oh my God. Holy moly. Holy moly. Let me try. Let me just try it again. Apparently, only www.facebook.com is broken. Everything else is working. So if I just go on to Google, search my page on Google, so permaban Facebook, and I click on my page link, I go back, I'm back on Facebook. Literally the only problem was the landing page. The completely unaffected, the completely blank landing page is the problem. Zach, what? Why? Why would you do such a thing, Zach? And now it's working again. Everything's working again. Oh my god, it's working again. Oh god. Well, at least the website is working. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe it that one page on Facebook is broken, and it just so happens to be the page that the landing page, the www.facebook.com. But everything else, the facebook.com/blah blah blah, all of them are fine. Okay, that's fine. That was a funny moment. Now I feel better. Now I feel absolutely better. Lucas, I'm going to take a short pause. I want to go and grab something to drink, okay? Lucas, I'm going to take a short pause and grab something to drink. By the way, before I leave for my drink, Lurkers, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Ring the notification bell. $5. How can you not have $5? If you do none of this, at 3 a.m., something is going to happen to you. By the way, it's all a joke. It's all a joke. The $5 part is a joke, as always. But with the like, comment, and subscribe, if you want to do it, I appreciate if you do it, okay? Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back. Zero, this is for you. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Ring the notification bell for all of your Give Me Band Hammer with Bandmin YouTube needs. Rauheim Tunko scream from the distance. Yes. 5. Oh. Is that what you're... I want to eat a pizza lasagna. Oh my god, that looks so good. That looks so good. Anyway, things are getting worse in the UK, as you all probably already know. Very odd things have been happening right now in the UK. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. So, I am worried with... Good. Oh my god. You... Telegraph. Telegraph, I do not like you. Wayback Machine it is. Since you're going to make things difficult for me. I hate this new normal. I really hate this new normal where websites just paywall you. By the way, here is the article, The Telegraph UK. It is a somewhat centrist little publication in the UK. I've come to be summoned for grilling over online censorship of Americans. US lawyers say UK and European laws designed to police the internet must be absolutely destroyed. I hope it's more than just show. The problem with a lot of all these with all of these Congress hearings, the problem I've seen with a lot of US Congress hearings is that there is a lot of roasting. To be fair with them, there is a lot of roasting, there is a lot of calling them out, and there is a lot of public embarrassment. But the problem is that it is all just that, roasting and public embarrassment. It's just for show, and I hope it becomes more than show in this situation. Because this is one of the rarest times, one of the most rarest times, lurkers, that I am kind of hoping that America exports its culture. And by what culture I mean exporting its... If it's not illegal, you should not censor or ban it culture. That is one of the things, one of the cultures that I do admit I want US to export hard. And I really hope the US does something to UK because of this. Whether it's hypothetically, lurkers, hypothetically for legal purposes, this is all hypothetical and it's all fan fiction, just so you know, lurkers. Whether it is for US to treat UK like a specific northern region in the Korean Peninsula, whether it be sanctions or some other kind of tit for tat. I hope something is done, rather than just roasting representatives in front of Congress. Rina, can you shut up? I was having a good time until you came in and started ruining my stream again. American lawyers will serve Ofcom with a summons to answer questions about its attempts to censor social media users in the United States within weeks. A legal complaint filed in D.C. by Ron Coleman aims to bar Ofcom from attempting to enforce Online Safety Act in U.S. Which means, for instance, modders who make mods, American modders who make mods, yeah, Nexus mods, you want to block it off from UK users, go ahead and block them off from UK users. But for the rest of the bloody world, don't ban it. You idiot, do not ban your stupid... Oh, I need to find it. I need to find it. I cannot. This is so precise. This is so precise. Let me check. This is so precise. Precisely what Ron Coleman says. Let me have a look and see. Also, Smash JT mentioned it. This, oh shit, sorry. This, look at this. Account, this is from Nexus Mods. Account ban, Vogelman. The Vogelman. Vogelman has been banned from Nexus Mods for violating our community rules. What rule? Uploading content deemed illegal by English law. Moderation history. This member received 0 formal warnings before they were banned, which means this modder has done nothing wrong in the past other than uploading off-brand, possibly lewd anime mods. And just like that, gone his Nexus Mod account. Which is why, if this modder was American or Asian or any country that is not the UK, this is going to be a problem for them. It will fall under this situation. Attempting to enforce Online Safety Act in America. Coleman said the British and European laws designed to police the internet must be absolutely destroyed. I agree. That's going to require aggressive policy and negotiation and muscle from the US. At its heart, it is a question about whether European regulators have the right to tell American companies how to behave. Not just American companies, but in his context, of course, he's speaking American companies, but Asians as well. Asian companies, Eastern European companies, Southeast Asian companies, East Asian companies, everywhere. The next step in the case is to serve Ofcom with a summons to appear in a US court to answer accusations that it failed to properly notify 2 internet companies of their responsibilities, that it had taken on a political role. It is a political role. And we showed you before, in a post, in a previous stream, that Ofcom and its relationship with the British government is not as arm's length and independent as they seem. Independent regulator, my foot. information and belief, Ofcom targeted plaintiffs not as part of neutral enforcement activity, but for overtly political reasons aimed at undermining the First Amendment, intimidating Americans in the free exercise of their constitutional right, and crippling American internet sector. If there's one thing that I still have to agree with those best country in the world Americans from 2022 to 2023, the ones that I got into flame wars with on Facebook, when they mentioned that the internet is an American invention, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I was still mad at Americans back in 2021 to 2023, but I agree. So, say what you want about 4chan and say what you want about Kiwi Farms, they are correct on that regard. The USA and the UK have main character syndromes. Now the question is, do you prefer in this situation the main character who is trying to protect you in this very specific situation, or the main character who is trying to destroy you in this very specific situation? If you had to pick, and honestly, we all have to pick at this point in time. But George, you have to think about it this way. Of all the enemies Ofcom made, making an enemy out of 4chan and Kiwi Farms is not a good idea. Think about it this way, seriously, George. Of all the enemies that Ofcom could have chosen to make, they went after 4chan and Kiwi Farms. I don't know what else to say other than good luck. Really. I don't know what else I can say other than good luck to Ofcom. Okay, let's continue this for a while. The issue reached a bigger American audience this week when Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform, testified before Congress that Britain was at war with freedom. And called on the US to help campaign against restrictive laws. And also, Wispy and George, remember, for most parts, 4chan and Kiwi Farms stick to themselves and mind their own business for most parts. Only when things start to get a little bit aggressive, people tend to regret going after them. And I have a feeling this is going to be a very bad decision on Ofcom's behalf. If they want to keep stepping on 4chan and Kiwi Farms' tails, stomping, Ofcom will experience firsthand why 4chan and Kiwi Farms have the reputations that they have. I'm just gonna leave it at that, okay? It is quite a thing to watch, and I will see what happens. What will come out from the internet, and if it involves any Ofcom officials. Like I already said, there is a man called William Perrin that I mentioned a few streams ago. And we found some connections, didn't we, with William Perrin? And if you don't know who I'm referring to, maybe if we have a bit more time after this topic, I can take some time to just talk about it again, okay? But for now, let's continue this article. At Heathrow, Graham Linehan, a comedian, was arrested by armed police force after stepping off on a flight over US tweets he posted in Arizona months ago. By the way, months ago. So Graham Linehan, Graham is not a particularly well-liked comedian by right-wingers. However, leftists and right-wingers don't like him in varying levels because he kind of makes fun of everyone. He's that type. He makes fun of everyone. But he makes fun of right-wingers, so it's a little more. So it goes to show you a lot when even right-wingers are trying to defend him right now. But basically what he did was he made a series of posts. Well, one post, last I checked, a series of posts, yeah. A series of posts, and it is talking about he made a series of posts back in April of this year about, let's just put it this way, lurkers. Let's say you have a child you love very much, a daughter, young daughter. Maybe it doesn't matter how old she is, but it's a young daughter, apple of your eyes. You love her very much. You want to protect her every moment you got, okay? Visualize that. Visualize that. She is big enough that she can use the toilet herself, go to a public restroom, and you have to wait outside. You have to wait outside because you're a man. In this case, you're a man. You're the father. So your daughter wants to go in and go to the toilet herself. You wait outside. Then suddenly, someone who claims to be a woman, according to this individual, the individual claims to be a woman, goes into the same bathroom that your daughter went into. Think about that. I'm not going to say anything else. Yes, thank you, Lekka-chan, for emphasizing on the key word. Zero. Read what Lekka-chan said. I have been very deliberate in why I say claim. We have a lot of stories. We have a lot of stories, and shamefully, some of these people, these perpetrators, have been causing issues for those who genuinely have such a condition. But some people are evil. Some people are evil, some people are twisted. And they are completely willing and happy to exploit a new level of social and legal tolerance to do their ill intents. That is not conspiracy theory. That is not phobia. That is a very realistic concern. Make no mistake about that. And Graham Linehan brought it up. That was the core of his tweet. You have your daughter. And someone who claims to be a woman enters the same bathroom as your daughter went into. You cannot go in because you are a man. Won't you feel worried? Won't you feel concerned? That's the point Graham made when he posted it. And of course, months later when he returned from Arizona at Heathrow Airport, there we go. Armed guards welcoming him back. All because he tweeted, if you have a daughter, would you be worried over this situation? I'll see you later, Zero. Honestly, in my opinion, I am a fan of single cubicle, single room toilets. I am a big fan of that. Single room toilets. I never want to use a public restroom, honestly. If I'm going to use a restroom in a public area, I'd rather have a single room. I think if there is one thing that, in my opinion, was a positive that came out of this whole culture from the late 2010s to the early 2020s, it was the popularization of single room toilets. Complete privacy, all the time that you may need to just do your business and clean up. I prefer that. But that, honestly, in my personal opinion, this is just my personal opinion, and I may be wrong, but this is just my personal opinion. Okay? These single-roomed toilets, where one person goes in, one person goes out, people take turns to go in and go out. I think these single-room toilets were made specifically for people, for individuals who claimed they were men or women. Okay? That's what I think. And that is why I think they were originally made. But of course, in the end, it also benefits everyone, which is good. In the end, it benefits everyone, which is good. So really, I do wonder why. When you're given a room all for yourself, all perfect comfort, perfect cleanliness, one by one, why do you choose to not use it and prefer to go into the public one, where there's multiple individuals in there? I do not understand. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the one who overvalues privacy, but I do not understand it. If you have a choice between just using one room that is open door, shut door, or you just go into a big public one where there's a lot of people, of course I will pick the completely private one. Who wouldn't, actually? Who wouldn't if they were given a choice? This is why I don't understand, because there are some people who deliberately ignore such a, honestly, luxurious private toilet in favor of going to the public one. I do not understand this. Sometimes they are next to each other. The private one and the public one are next to each other. And there is no specific restriction that says, oh, this is for handicap only. Most of the times they always say unisex/handicap, which means anyone can go in. But that's just my opinion. That is just a question I am posing. I am not drawing a judgment on specific groups of people, but it's the question that I'm asking on specific people. Specific individuals who behave in a very specific manner. Let's continue. The case is being brought by two of Internet's most controversial companies, 4chan and Kiwi Farms. 4chan and his message board filled with, here we go. Okay. Mr. Coleman admitted that they are unattractive clients. Oh boy, kid. He didn't mean sweat. The thing about unattractive clients is that they make great targets for unattractive policies. That makes also a lot of sense. See you later, Ken. That makes a lot of sense as well. As a private person, I wouldn't feel too horrible if either one of them disappeared off the face of the air, right? But it's the principle of the thing. The legal complaint says that 4chan has been threatened with a £20,000 fine followed by daily penalties thereafter for failing to comply with requests or information about compliance with the Online Safety Act. Why do they need to do it? Again, like I said in the past, why do they need to do it? You want to shut off their website and region block them? Go ahead. But what makes you think you can enforce that £20,000 fine and any daily penalties? What makes them think they could? No, seriously, what makes them think they could? 4chan has no staff members in the UK. 4chan does not even have a branch in the UK. Every single infrastructure and staff are all in US. What makes them think? What makes UK think they can force 4chan to do anything? What makes them think that? In a perfect, yes. What are you gonna do? Poor DEA on 4chan like the American federal government does with those incidents in Mexico? What, they're gonna do one of those? What are they gonna do? Seriously. Extradition laws? Oh yeah, good luck with that. Extraditing 4chan. Good luck with that. Kiwi Farms has received 2 demands that it conduct an illegal content risk assessment or face a fine of £18 million or up to 10% of its revenue, whichever is greater. How? Kiwi Farms is in US too. Yes, I know. He got it off from Moot. Yes, I'm aware. After Moot made that huge mask-off with Gamergate, he did not want to hold on to 4chan anymore. He gave it to Hiroyuki. Yes. And Hiroyuki? And Hiroyuki did not really care about 4chan. Kinda odd though, why did he want to buy it? There are lawsuit accuses Ofcom of egregious violation of American civil rights. Welcome, Mott-chan. I know you're busy, but hello and thank you for dropping in. The lawsuit accuses Ofcom of egregious violations of American civil rights, including freedom of speech, which, in my opinion, is true. And your submission takes delight in spelling out the history of U.S. independence. I love that. It's a shit post. It's like they were memeing on their lawsuit as well. That was funny. 1776. It went into a whole delve into 1776. We didn't free ourselves from the British Empire to be held accountable by them again. Hello, Burger. Brother Cat, please change your name because Burger makes me hungry. Their submission takes delight in spelling out the history of US independence from London. Delaware, where 4chan's register, was a colony of the Kingdom of Great Britain until the Assembly of the Lower Counties of Pennsylvania that declared itself independent of British authority on June 15, 1776, thereby creating the state of Delaware. Oh dear, that is so funny. That is so as Marine would say, super lit. This is like a shit post. But it's true. It's so true. It is so true. Mr. Coleman should be proud of himself because that was funny. But the point is serious. If the UK wants to limit and censor access to the internet, then it should do it to itself and not try to get American companies to do it for them. Maybe American free speech protected by the Constitution's First Amendment does go too far. Maybe there are limits on what should be protected, but it's not for them to do it. On the other hand, many British regulation goes too far. But that is the question for the UK government and for its domestic voters to decide for themselves, not to impose on other countries. If you want to control what your citizens consume or have access to, you can impose that on businesses in your country or platforms. But if you want to protect them from American mean tweets, whatever the case may be, we are not going to do it for you. Well, say, we are not going to finance that process for you. Do what they do in North Korea, do what they do in Cuba. Put your own wall. That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. If you really did care that much about the so-called online policing act, I'm sorry. Oh, not online policing, online safety act. Build your own great wall. Build your own great firewall. Oh my goodness, I can't wait for the intranet too. We don't expect more from France, we don't expect more from Germany. Oh my god, that is brutal too. But yeah. Oh yeah, did I tell you a few yesterday? I joined a public session on Helldivers 2. Some comedians saw my username and assumed I was a mainlander. And I sort of bring out the whole part about Taiwan is a country, and I think they got their dates wrong. 1989? No, it's not the correct date. 1987. Oh, this was so funny. No, so funny. They assumed I was a mainlander. I can't even speak like a Beijing accent. The Beijing accent is so odd. It's like, imagine it this way. Beijing's Mandarin accent sounds like a New Yorker's accent for Americans. That is how odd they sound. I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. But it'll be a funny fanfiction, wouldn't it? It will be a funny fanfiction. And there goes this article. Let's find something else. Dorcas. Imagine. Let's see what the community knows. So yeah, we are making the strangest allies are. It says a lot when, again like I said, lurkers. Again like I said, very very odd when you have people from left and right uniting over the same issues. But still, this is very interesting. So I saw this post. That's rewarding.
Shame on you.
This is disgusting! Disgusting!
You're arresting a hero.
What are you doing?
You're arresting a hero.
Imagine spending the best years of your life serving your country as a Royal Air Force pilot, getting awards, getting recognition, and now you're just getting rounded up like some random lowlife by the police officer for having the wrong opinions. Wow. I can tell you right now, if there was still a World War II veteran who fought the windmill gangsters in the 1940s, if he was still here and he just so happens to be at a protest like that, I can tell you for a fact the police would have also rounded him up. Imagine fighting for your country to protect it, and this is the thanks you get. Goodness me. And one more, and this is a video. Okay, it's a 7-minute video, and it is a very telling video.
Potentially years of this government, this zombie government, as you describe it, that from where I sit seems to really not like the people or the country that it is governing. Now, I've been shocked to see all of these displays of English flags, which you...
By the way, Lucas, I just realized something. Lucas, I realized something. The UK government is just a giant games journalist. Because the only group of people who hate their core consumer or core constituents are games journalists. Games journalists hate gamers as much as how the UK government hates its own citizens. The UK government is a giant games journalist country. Don't call it North Korean because don't call it North Korean, don't call it communist, don't call it Cuba, don't call it fascist, just call UK a games journalist country. Because you will struggle to find a country that hates its own citizens as much as the UK does right now. Oh my god, that is quite a discovery. I'm gonna make a post right now. I'm so gonna make a post right now. Well, Burger Cat, at least Australia still pretends to an extent. UK does not even pretend. Now, pardon me for a moment, I'm writing a post. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna find a reaction image. Wait a moment. I am thinking what to type. So pardon me for a few seconds. I just realized something. UK is basically what a games journalist would be if it were a country. I struggle to see a country that so palpably detests its own citizens the way a games journalist detests gamers. They're called consumers. The game. There we go. This will do. Made the post very nice, very cute. Very nice, very cute. And of course we have pink woman as the react image. A very foreigner, warped, twisted pink woman image. Okay, we're done. Let's go back to the video.
Would think we normally wonderful displays of patriotism, but apparently, according to GB News, the Home Office has decided to set up a hate crimes unit because apparently displays of English flags set up a narrative challenge. What is this narrative that...
Narrative challenge. Just spit it out, UK government. Just say it. Just say it. We do not like our own citizens, and any display of patriotism is not permitted.
That the flags, the good old St. George Cross, might be challenging there.
Well, once again, patriotism has been conflated with far-right activism. Now, I understand the St. George's flag in the past, years ago, was associated with some far-right activism, but we're now in 2025. And I think if you're an ethnic minority or anyone who looks at the St. George's flag or the Union Jack and feels intimidated or threatened by it, I would argue that it's more likely that you're not integrated or you don't actually value this country. I personally...
And this is another fact. This is another fact that I have to express to a lot of you lurkers, okay? UK has I saw a lot of these protests by the thousands in every conceivable location in the UK. The people who are waving these flags and joining the protests are not just white. No. UK used to be the British Empire, and it had a very large spanning empire, which means there are a lot of Indians, there are a lot of Punjabs, there are a lot of even the African Foreign Legions. It does not matter. Even Asians as well. They are waving the flags. So if you're trying to if the UK government is trying to pass it off that it's some kind of a white supremacist, racist movement, well, they are either lying or being very, very not thorough with their investigations.
Whenever I see a St. George's flag or Union Jack, I feel elated. I feel a sense of pride. Now, in 2025, we live in a situation where London is minority white, 35% white, as are towns and cities like Birmingham, Luton, Leicester, and so on. We have the white working class girls who have been denied justice because of stoking community tensions when it comes to the grooming gang scandals. We have state-sponsored DEI, which is anti-white racism sponsored by the state. You know, we even have things like the government legislating it in court and fighting in court against local citizens to keep migrant hotels opened, arguing that migrants actually have more rights than the local citizens. And so when you have that kind of...
By the way, that is correct. That is correct. What he just said about that thing about migrants who came here illegally have more rights than the citizens is correct, because there was a news person who interviewed a representative of the UK's Labour Party, and he made mention that Labour Party's lawyers talk about how the rights of this, by the way, here in the country illegally, migrants were more important than the citizens. The Labour Party representatives' lawyers quite literally say that. And the newsman asked, is that true? Do you stand by your lawyer's statements? And she came out and said, yes, we do. So yeah, it's quite literally proven.
A situation in 2025, how can you conclude that this country is racist or that there is a risk of far-right activism? You can't conclude that. So what we're really seeing is this, what we call Operation...
Oh, by the way, Lurkers, another thing. It is very ironic that I have to rely on an Australian news website to find information like this, because as you probably know, BBC and most other UK-based news websites, they do not dare to talk about this. Evidently. The Telegraph tries to, but even them, they have to pull back just a bit to not get in trouble with their own government. So yeah, I had to rely on Sky News Australia and news.com.au, not BBC or Sky News UK. And it's so funny that Sky News Australia and Sky News UK are two very different
the colours is what this has been officially termed, is the oppressed majority rallying against multicultural dogma and an establishment that will not listen.
Rita. And talking about that establishment, we had the disgraceful scenes of a...
That's not the end, by the way. When it happened, you know the council, the Charlotte City Council, who is in charge with all of these incidents with public transport and having official correspondences about tragedies, they decided to have an hour or so cake break. They decided to have an hour or so cake break instead of expressing condolences to the dead victim.
A comedy writer, incredible comedy writer, Graham Linehan, being arrested. I mean, for things he said, posted online when he was in America. He's not even a British citizen. And I just wonder, does that put all of us in danger?
He's Irish.
We've said things like, there's only two genders, that men can't have babies, that men have absolutely no right to be in women's spaces. Whatever it is that is offensive to this activist class that seems to have infiltrated the British police force, are we going to get arrested as soon as we touch down at Heathrow?
Well, the answer is, I don't know. And that's part of the problem. We don't know what we're allowed to say. So everyone is in some way kind of self-censoring and looking over their shoulder about what's going to happen in some state of paranoia. We've had Lucy Connolly, you probably heard that name, who's been jailed for tweets. We've had Peter Lynch, who was jailed for protesting just for holding a fairly innocent placard. And he eventually committed suicide in prison. So we've had multiple situations where free speech and the establishment has been cracking down on ordinary citizens. And this is probably the worst and the most climatic incident that's happened. And I hope it's going to be a line in the sand to actually say enough is enough. Now, the Met Police and Mark Rowley, they've blamed the government and said this is about your legislation. But really, the Met Police have been played.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. If you actually had that much problem with your politicians and the ways your laws are written, you would not even do it. That is a fact. You do not care. In my opinion, the UK policemen do not care. The commissioner does not care. They're only saying things like this to save face. But when push comes to shove, they will happily and gleefully enforce those laws. They do not care, in my opinion. Because if they did, they would not have arrested Graham Linehan over a series of non-offensive tweets. Over a series of tweets that merely expresses concern over someone's mother, someone's wife, someone's daughter, someone's sister. Made months ago, by the way. So at the end of the day, it's just like the 1940s again. I was just following orders. I was just following orders. Take it on with the boss. I was just following orders. What? You have a problem with us arresting you because you made a mean tweet? 5 months ago? I just work here. I'm just following orders. You take it up with the boss.
By trans activists.
Yes.
And the reality is that this is about common sense. This is about legislation. This report was passed through multiple chains of command at multiple levels of the police force, and at every level they escalated to the extent that 5 armed police officers needed to meet Graham Linehan at Heathrow Airport to arrest him. I mean, this is absolutely insane, and this is the reason why Nigel Farage. I mean, this is great timing because Nigel Farage was on his way to Washington to actually talk about free speech, and he put it to the American establishment, and just to say this is a crisis, warning them and trying to humiliate and also put pressure on Keir Starmer to actually make the right decision. Now, he was wildly condemned as being unpatriotic and talking down Britain on the international stage, but I would say what's unpatriotic is to stand by in silence and watch as the fundamental principles that made your society are being undermined by government that, again, will not listen. And Nigel Farage is being absolutely patriotic by getting out there and appealing to the likes of Donald Trump and JD Vance to actually stand up for us. We feel like we've been held hostage by our own government.
But in the Myron, in the case of Graham Linehan, it's almost too late. Have a listen to him here. He's basically saying he can't live in Britain any longer. Have a listen.
The police state.
Well, obviously, I wouldn't. Oh my God, I keep thinking about this again. Why did my friend's son and daughter insist on going to London? Why? Why? Literally, getting caught by the police there is 50-50 at this point. I am that convinced. One wrong post that may made probably with no intent on being offensive, but someone took offense to it and reported it to the police. Gone. You are gone. Why did they choose to go to UK? I am so shocked. I am so confused. Going to UK is like going to California for an American. Seriously. It's that similar. Choosing on your own accord to go live in UK is like choosing on your own accord to move to California.
And the police work for trans activists and left-wing lunatics like that, and they don't work for the people anymore. I met a nice policeman there, but they're isolated because the rest of the police force is just completely captured by gender ideology. So, yeah, I don't want to live here anymore because of that.
So, Myron, what hope for Britain if someone like...
And as he do it, there's some government bootlicker over there with the flag. Why is she going there? Why? Why? There's so many places she could go. Honestly, even Australia is more preferable to UK. Of all the places, why UK? Why? If you go to Southeast Asia, you could go to Singapore, you could go anywhere. Why? I think, look at John, I think Lumi has been, the radiation has affected her in a completely different way. Like John, I think the radiation from New York and California has affected her in a very unique way and made her even more, unhinged. But in a funny way.
Graham, who's one of the great comic talents. I mean, who will be next? Will it be John Cleese kicked out or whatever? I mean, this is really serious.
Next on the list, John Cleese, Rowan Atkinson, and Ricky Gervais. Mark my words, those three are next. All these three are very vocal about their opinions on British government. And you can say with absolute certainty, if the British government misbehaves in any way, shape or form, these three will talk about it. And of course, these three will be in trouble for it. And of course also, you can add Russell Brand onto it. 4. So altogether 4. Unfortunately, these 4 will not be very safe in UK, as they stand. Russell Brand, Rowan Atkinson, John Cleese, and Ricky Gervais. All 4 of them. I am worried for all 4 of them. All 4 of them need to leave UK as soon as they can. And I'm not even joking. I'm really not joking.
Serious stuff. Do the majority of Brits understand how far this Orwellian censorship has gone?
I think up until this point, there was always some pushback from the left saying, oh, you're exaggerating, you're pushing it too far. No, it's just an isolated case here or there, or that was necessary. But this is one of those cases that universally, across the board, left and right, everybody has been scratching their heads trying to work out what's going on. And I think Mark Rowley, who's head of the Met Police, is actually embarrassed. He's been played and he's been weaponized by the trans activists. And I think it's now clear that what's happened in the police force, as well as the universities and the judiciary, is that, yes, they've been captured. There's been an over-academization, if you like, of the police force, where they see the university woke ideology as being more important than what's actually going on the ground. Understand, if my house got burgled last year, nobody came. I mean, 2 days later, somebody came and then looked around, gave me a number, but nothing happened. And phones, we're the phones are getting stolen all over the place in London. And we're the capital of that in Europe. And so all across the board, crime is soaring. Knife crime is soaring. Shoplifting is soaring. But yet we have 5 armed police officers coming to Heathrow Airport for tweets. And when you weigh that up, you start to realise there is something absolutely rotten in our public institutions. And I think people are now, because of this specific case, are waking up to it.
Well, Myron, I always say where Britain goes 6 months later or so, so goes Australia as well. We've got all these Orwellian laws coming in later this year as well. But Myron, the mistake...
We do not want the Americanization of our politics. Proceeds to follow UK politics like a loyal hound. Yeah. So tiresome. Oh, Zephyr, I have no doubt that UK is going to adopt the "we are just following orders" side. I do not have much faith in the UK law enforcement. Alright. I think that concludes all of the extremely serious topics. There are less serious topics now, but troublesome either way. Burger Cats. Remember Julie Inman Grant. Remember Julie Inman Grant. She is the chief architect of those plans right now. She rejected a job from the CIA. The more shocking part is that she got offered a job at the CIA. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back in a few minutes, okay, lurkers? I'll be back in a few minutes. Yes, Julie Inman Grant. Mark Knife won the architect of Australia's version of the Online Policing Act. Julie Inman Grant was offered a job at the CIA. Yes, Alcove Creed, I am aware of that. We might talk about it later after my break. Where are you going to scatter off to? Burger, where can you scatter off to? Where? Where can you scatter off to, honestly? Dwight, welcome. Good afternoon. Where? No matter where you run, you're still in the classroom. Now what? Scatter to the back rooms. Okay, now let me see. Oh boy, this is so funny. Remember when we talked about Vampire the Masquerade? Oh wait, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, remember when we talked about that? Oh boy, this is funny. This is so funny. Paradox has apologized. Oh boy, this is what you get for creating something that looks like it's going to be a whole lot of trash and soulless nonsense. You decided to have the six playable clans. You got 2 from it, so all you have is 4, and you decide to paywall the last 2 clans. They deserve it. They completely deserve it. Completely. Completely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are following up on a story about Bloodlines 2. If you guys don't remember what happened with Bloodlines 2, this video game was getting an insane amount of backlash because they decided to hide clans, certain clans anyway, behind a $30 DLC, day 1 DLC, mind you. They decided to hide it behind a DLC and people lost their mind. Apparently, people lost their mind so much that they are now offering refunds on the PlayStation Store only. For right now, anyway. They might do other stores, or maybe they might do partial refunds. Who really knows at this point? But they're offering refunds on the PlayStation Store for people who pre-ordered Bloodlines 2, and they're saying it's in preparation for the adjustments that is going to be coming to the pricing for the DLC. Now, some people are saying they might be giving away the DLC for free.
Oh, here's a thought, Paradox. Here is a very simple thought. How about you put the clans back in and scrap that stupid, pathetic excuse of a DLC? How about that? Your game is likely going to be crap anyway. Don't try. At least try to salvage what little reputation you have.
We know.
Left.
Some people are saying they're going to lower the price of the DLC. We really don't know, but we have some information in this article that I want to go over, and we also have some trolling, a lot of trolling, that is happening right now over on Steam. You got people threatening to refund the game if the developers bend the knee to gamers. I'm not kidding. Now, obviously, this could definitely be a troll. This could be somebody trying to farm jesters over.
Yeah, jester farming. That is so blatantly jester farming. Jester farming is a actual hobby
on Steam, but the simple
Steam
fact
users.
is that there are people out there that do actually believe this. There are people out there in the gaming industry that do 100% believe this, and I'm not surprised they mentioned Silksong in this particular post. Let's read this post before.
Nah. This is so. This is. Bait used to be believable. And just the farming has become such a highly active part of the Steam community. People have become a lot more selective with who they give gestures to as well. A bait has to be so well made that you have to, at least for long enough, believe it is true. And this does not look true at all.
Read the article because this thing is hilarious. It says, I am going to refund and not play the game if you make the DLC
Only one, how sad, only one person fell for it.
clans free.
Oof.
Do not
Only
do
one
this.
person
If
fell
you
for
make
it.
the clans free, the gamers will win and they'll keep bullying other developers to get their way. Gamers have no power unless you give it to them. First, it's Silksong undercutting indie developers, and now you're enabling bad actors. What are we doing as an industry? Now, this may sound like a troll, but this also sounds like somebody who's in the gaming industry. This seems like somebody who doesn't like the fact that gamers actually do have...
Well, first things first. The all caps is a big giveaway already. The all caps. First things first, before you even read the content of the post, the all caps is already a giveaway.
the power. And as much as you try to fight that, as much as you try to make it seem like that's not the case, at the end of the day, the one who opens their wallet is the one who has the power. Simple and true. Now, granted, there are some video games that gamers just can't seem to help themselves when it comes to buying, but I don't think Bloodlines is going to be one of them. If Bloodlines wants to lock out multiple clans behind a $30 DLC that's day one that is obviously cut content meant to sell more product and gain more money for the same amount of stuff they would have sold anyway, then gamers have every right to fight against it. Now, people obviously can tell that this is a troll. Some people can tell that it's not a troll. It says making day one DLC clans is a bad move. No amount of trolling can spin that. Doing a season pass after that with new clans and new quests would have been fine, but day one paywall stuff for something as important as clans is not the way to do it. I think most gamers are fine paying for DLC, but to cut content just to sell as day one DLC is kind of greedy. Now, again, let's go back to the article, and I agree 100%. This is cut content. There's no doubt about it. Like, if anybody believes that this is content that they worked on after they finished the game, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, this is sincerely cut content. We all know it. You know it. They know it. And they're trying to charge $30 for a game's cut content. It's crazy. Anyway, so
just so you know, Lurkers, this cut content DLC is more expensive than Silksong. $10 more expensive than Silksong for a DLC, a quote-unquote DLC. Think about that. You think about that. Without the actual game that you have to pay $70 or $80 for, this DLC is useless. And Silksong gives you a full game at $20.
It's officially been announced that Paradox has refunded or started to refund PlayStation Store pre-orders for Bloodlines 2 in preparation for supposed adjustments to its reviled $30 DLC to be revealed later this month, starting on Monday.
How is this? Instead of adjusting the DLC price, how about you just scrap it and just put everything into the game? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I guess it's That is not a realistic thing to ask for. You have to make all the money.
Paradox
yeah.
will begin refunding
Oh, I'm
pre-orders
sorry for
of the
asking
premium
that.
edition ahead of the supposed adjustments over the DLC pricing. Now, I don't think they're going to offer the DLC for free. Personally, I think they're going to lower it probably to $9.99. If I had to guess, that's where I think they're going to go, because they'd rather have something than have nothing, right? I feel like that's where they're going to go. They're going to offer it for $9.99. They're going to see who buys it, and if it doesn't sell very much.
Hi, Maxi. Did you know, Maxi, did you know your illustrious Prime Minister wants to pass a constitutional referendum to increase term limits for the Prime Minister and other government officials? He wants to, but you're trying to word it as if it's what you all wanted. I'm sure none of you wanted that.
Then they'll say, you know what, we're going to refund and offer it for free. Or they'll offer it later down the line at a deep discount, whatever it may be. So it says, first reported by Eurogamer, Paradox announced this weekend that PlayStation Store pre-orders of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 are being offered refunds with the instruction that customers renew their pre-order after planned adjustments to the game and its price. This is in response to the backlash over core content being locked behind a $30 DLC, an unforced error at the end of a long, challenging development across two studios.
Unforced error, yeah. If no one complained about it, you would just allow this unforced error to stay there, right? Paradox. But because you have a massive backlash, suddenly, just like the Ubisoft advertisement thing, just like the Ubisoft advertisement in their single-player games thing. It is an unforced error. It was a bug. It was a glitch. Sure, I believe that. I sure do. I sure do. Thank you for clarifying that, Paradox.
Paradox noted that PlayStation customers will be able to place a new pre-order for the game after it finally announces those adjustments on September 17th. Anyone who pre-ordered the Premium Edition through the PlayStation Store will be contacted and refunded starting Monday, September 8th. A Paradox representative wrote on the VTMB subreddit, "You will be able to pre-order your Premium Edition copy again later before the release on October 21st. Please note that this is an intentional first step in our planned course of action leading up to September 17th to deliver the best possible experience for you at launch." So
the best possible experience for gamers at launch is to not get the game and give the full package. That is the best possible experience at launch. Give the full plate of steak to the gamers who paid. By the way, your game is a quadruple A, triple A
the
price
backlash must
game.
have been massive, right? I feel like that's pretty obvious at this point. There is a lot of hate that this game was getting, and rightfully so. There will never be a time where I will agree with day one DLC, especially day one DLC that is so obviously cut content and you're charging $30 for that. That is insane to me. You will never see me agree with that. I don't think you'll see many people agree with that, other than people like this retard over here that wants to pretend like he's totally being serious about it when we all know that he's not. As for why this is only on PlayStation, which I'm sure a lot of you are probably thinking right now, as opposed to other storefronts, our best guess is that the PlayStation Store won't allow the sort of partial refund a price change would require. So Paradox has to cancel the orders and have customers place them again at the new price. In contrast, there is leeway in Steam's refund policy for partial or full refunds for a DLC that's canceled or misses its promised release window. So a Steam pre-order customer might be able to receive a refund of the difference between the old and the new price. Some type of price change seems imminent, but it's still up in the air how much. The PlayStation Store refunds are the latest update on Paradox's controversial announcement last month that 2 of the 6 playable clans in Bloodlines 2 will be paywalled inside a $30 DLC on top of the $60 price tag on the base game. Bro, you guys pulled a Nintendo. That's what you did. You literally pulled a Nintendo where they sell you Zelda and they don't even want to give you the DLC. They're going to charge you the DLC and end up taking $90 from you by the time everything is said and done, even though it's a game that was 7 years old or whatever the case may be. It's so insane, man. I can't believe that these people genuinely believe they can continue to get away with this. Like, in today's day and age where information flows so freely and so fast, what makes you think you're going to be able to get away with something like this is beyond me. But again, I think these developers that are so desperate to want to raise the price of their games, but they can't seem to be able to do it because of the backlash, they're trying to find ways to gain more money without raising the supposed standard price of entry for their game. And simply put, with a video game like this, where you have clans that are a core part of the gameplay, for you to take 2 of the clans out of release and charge them as DLC on day 1, proving to...
How, again, really, how does Paradox actually think that this is a good idea? How did he do that? They have references. Chinese Room has references. Vampire the Masquerade Part 1. They had 7 clans. What makes them think that gutting 2 of the 6 clans is already 1 clan less, by the way? What makes them think that gutting 2 of the 6 clans that they have and reselling it as DLC was a good idea? Who thought
to
of
everybody that it is in fact cut content, and there's no denying that at this point you deserve all the backlash that you're going to get. So again, guys, I don't think this is going to be offered for free. I highly doubt it. I think this will definitely be $9.99 or less. I think they're going to put it to a point where there's going to be 3 digits because that way it looks better. So $9.99 for the clans. I don't really know for sure if that's going to happen, but that's where I think this is going to go. Unsurprisingly, that idea didn't go down well with gamers. Clans in Vampire the Masquerade are effectively a combination of race and character class, and the original Bloodlines offered 7 to pick from. To put it in perspective, just imagine if Baldur's Gate 3 locked 1/3 of its classes, say the Warlock, Bard, and Monk and Barbarian, behind a $30 DLC at launch. And to be fair, that's one of the reasons why Baldur's Gate 3 and games like that were loved so much, because the price of entry was great, and on top of that,
to be fair to Baldur's Gate 3, they do not treat you with disrespect. The devs do not treat you with disrespect.
DLC was minimal at launch at the beginning.
Like
so this whole thing clearly shows that these people will do anything they possibly can to try to nickel and dime gamers and then gaslight you while doing so. But at least the good news is that PlayStation gamers are in fact getting refunds, and we're going to follow up the story and see what they announce on September 17th. You guys can let me know in the comments down below. What do you think they're going to do to this game? Are they...
All right. Who wants gold ship? What's gold ship up to now? Something is awfully odd, actually. Something is extremely odd. About that Ukrainian refugee woman. It is extremely odd. Very, very, very odd. Remember the whole I remember the whole incident with a specific I'm not sure if it was an ex-cop or an ex-military, but his name was Daniel Penny, I remember. All of the journalists, they kept making video after video after video, and article after article after article about him, about how bad he was. I know I've read it. I have read it and I've seen it. And I think just about every lurker has seen it and heard about that news. Oh, yes, that's the next oddest thing. All of the Ukrainian flag accounts. Silence. Complete silence. Makes you wonder as if that they're living in a different reality where it did not happen. That type of silence. Really makes you wonder. They're all for virtue signaling about Ukraine until the Ukrainian woman loses her life. It's complete silence. Who would have thought? Oh, I feel so tired though after all of this complaining. What else? Let me see what else I want to cover. Oh. Oh. One more. Ever wonder why Windows updates for some reason causes so many problems? This is your answer. Microsoft says AI now writes nearly a third of its codes, and suddenly we have all of these SSD problems and all of this and that, the black screen problems, the incompatibilities and all of that nonsense. Oh gee, you wonder why. Your B-sort's causing problem as well. This is the problem with a lot of corporations. A lot of problem with all these corporations. They are using AI, but they do not understand why they're using AI. Did you see an Xbox user got an 8-day suspension for saying, "Looking for group to fight terminates and automatons for democracy"? Oh, let's go see this. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm going to have a look. Holy crap. Huh. What thing to say? Apparently, according to Xbox's automated moderation, the word democracy was considered hate speech. Let me just make a check. Apparently, yup, yes. I am glad I do not have any consoles already. I am so glad. I am so glad I do not have any consoles. Okay, I'm going to find an image. Hold on. I need to find one image to perfectly encapsulate my feelings on this topic. I need to find something to perfectly encapsulate my feelings on this topic. Okay, there we go. This is like the whole incident with Apex Legends again, but this is... but Apex was worse. That incident with Apex was so much worse. Was this helpful? Was this helpful? Thanks Xbox. Thanks Xbox. You can't roleplay. You can't roleplay in your video game and use in-game accurate statements and buzzwords because you'll get suspended. You get suspended for 8 days. Was it helpful? Was it helpful? Roy, copy the stream name and paste it into a Caesar cipher. You'll get your answer. Was it helpful? Was it helpful that I banned you for LARPing? Was it helpful that I banned you for role-playing? Was it helpful that I banned you for looking for a group? Was it helpful that I banned you for having fun? What a joke. Every single thing is a joke nowadays. Oh no, don't talk to me about ERPs. How do you even? How do you even do this to me? To any one of us? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What is this? You cannot be successful.
Hollow Knight
lest
Silksong is a juggernaut
envious
and very much so
people
represents what a lot of the
attack you.
gaming audience wants to see from these development studios. No, I don't mean 2D platforming Metroidvania. What I'm referring to is the fact that it respects its gaming audience, not necessarily just in pricing, but also the fact of what they've created here. You know, obviously the immediate reactions we're seeing to Silksong is that, oh my god, I can't believe how hard it is, but also the level of detail and the improvements that have been made. You just don't get this type of experience if, say, Electronic Arts was the publisher, because we all know what would have happened. Team Cherry would have turned into a 50 to 100 developer studio. This experience
Burger Cat. I told Roy a moment ago, just paste it into a...
would have been
just
released
paste it
maybe
into a
5 or so
Caesar
years
cipher.
ago, and this would have been a different type of beast. And Team Cherry, what they're enjoying right now is a creative muscle that a lot of this industry doesn't get to have. We don't see that in the AAA games industry. And it's one of those things that we used to see, maybe in the early 2000s when this gaming industry was still in its infancy. That's why when I see articles like this, it makes me happy of the future, because I do think these outliers
Team Cherry hoped Silksong could be anyone's first Hollow Knight game, and one reason it took 7 years is they were comfortable not knowing what's gonna happen. That should be how devs should be. Remember the old days of the PS2 and the Xbox? Every game was so creative. Even the Xbox 360 and PS3 days, games were so creative. Devs had no idea what would happen. But not everything was
which is
so
what some people are referring to games like
pigeonholed and
Silksong as, and
boilerplate
even
like
Expedition
now.
33. They represent the future in many different regards. Team Cherry hopes Silksong could be anyone's first Hollow Knight game, and one reason it took 7 years is they were comfortable not knowing what's going to happen. The really interesting things are the things you sort of discover along the way. And those really interesting things don't happen if Team Cherry expands or, totally alters themselves as a studio. They could have done all of that to make sure that this experience was out years ago, but they didn't do that. They stuck to the development team that they are. And we've seen other smaller indie darlings this last year. I brought it up a second ago, Expedition 33, promising that they're going to continue that into the future. They don't want to massively expand and ruin what they are and what worked. But very much so, Hollow Knight Silksong is enjoying one of the biggest launches ever for an indie title. It peaked at almost 600,000 players just the other day. Right now, even recording late at night, 300,000 players. This has been an absolute massive success for Team Cherry, and they're going to continue to do what they're doing for many years to come. But unfortunately, the takes about Silksong and Team Cherry have only continued, and it very much mirrors what happened a couple of years ago with Baldur's Gate 3, in which we saw a number of developers calling it an anomaly, saying it was Rockstar level nonsense for scope, when in reality, Baldur's Gate 3 specifically was just setting an old standard, something that this AAA games industry
an old game. Baldur's Gate is an old game. It's an old game. By design, it is an old game. It goes back to how game devs used to make games. And it's telling about the whole it's more telling towards the whole industry than it is for Larian, that they perceive this as quote-unquote nonsense, that it is so inconceivable. It thinks more about them. As always, every time they criticize
used to
somebody
represent, but
stupidly,
unfortunately,
it says
we're having
more
to look
about
to
them.
these AA
Always.
and indie studios to get what this industry used to be known for. Now, I bring up that situation because it mirrors exactly what has been happening with Silksong this last week. In my last video, we talked extensively about how a lot of indie developers have been discussing Silksong in terms of how it priced itself and also its release timing, and also the fact that a lot of those developers were very unhappy with how Team Cherry approached all.
I think we can celebrate Silksong's price point 20 and understand that everything surrounding a game is development, is circumstance, is success, expectations is an anomaly. I can say it's because I'm concerned about comparisons with other indie titles that aren't as big and as cheap at the same time. What?
All of this. Now, unfortunately, the hot take surrounding Silksong and what it represents has not slowed down. And we've actually heard from a number of voices in the AAA games industry which have shut down the possibility of this game representing anything. They think it is an outlier, and there's really no lessons to be learned, and it really is kind of insane in my opinion, and we're going to be going over that. Now, first off, we've seen a number of mainstream, outlets such as IGN running articles like this. Indie developers are worried Silksong's $20 price tag will make it harder to price their game.
Think of the poor competitors. The free market is not free, Team Cherry. The free market is not free. You can't price the game any way you want. You can't release the game anytime you want. You have to think of the poor competitors.
Games. And again, just so many voices chiming in. Last video we went over RJ of D-Cell Game.
Silksong honestly should cost $40, and I'm not even joking. I won't go as far as to say it's bad, it doesn't, but it will have effects, and it's not. This speaks to me as selfishness and cynical opportunism and cynical envy masquerading as fake concern.
I'm saying Silksong honestly should cost $40, and I'm not even joking. And then obviously since then a number of other developers in the indie space have agreed with it, saying it's pretty much on point. Another developer saying I agree with this post, but you can also look at this from a slightly different angle. Look at how cheap games could be if developers weren't getting terrible deals from storefronts publishers and weren't fighting for their lives to pay bills. And
that is such a stupid thing to say. What are you going to say about Team Cherry then? They didn't release the game with the intent. They were not predicting the game to have close to 1 million purchases in just a few days. And they still price it $20. That is such a dumb thing to say.
Weren't getting terrible deals from storefronts publishers.
That's why
weren't fighting for their lives to pay bills. And look, the takes about the $20 price tag being too cheap has only continued. We've even seen content creators saying it should have been 30 or 40. But really, the takes about Silksong have gone haywire in a different direction than I just didn't expect. Like, we have people saying the narrative that the game developers who work on Call of
The narrative that the game developers who work on Call of Duty and other AAA don't love their craft and want to make a great game compared to the love Team Cherry have is a stupid narrative. It's not a narrative, it's an observable fact. Defend multi-million-dollar corporation all you want, it's not a narrative, it is an observable fact. If it wasn't an observable fact, why did people hate Battlefield 2142? Why did Battlefield 5 flounder and die before it could even get a chance to make any splash? Over 9,000 people credited for Black Ops 6 and it's dumb to say they don't love it or want to make a great game. I don't think that's what people are saying actually. He's talking about how the leadership in the dev teams, the leadership and the publishers. Black Ops 6 was meant from the ground up to be money farms. If the Call of Duty team really did care about the games they made, they would have stuck to Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, even 4's formula, that's it. But they turned it into some BS that no one wanted. What? Nicki Minaj skins? What else? Holy moly, I can't even. Simpson skins, oh my god, there's so many nonsense from Black Ops 6.
Call of Duty and other AAA don't love their craft,
Beavis
want to
and
make a great
Butthead
game
skin,
compared to
yes.
the love Team Cherry have is a stupid narrative. Over 9,000 people are credited for Black Ops 6 and it's dumb to say they don't love it or want to make a great game. You don't see the problem with 9,000 people working on one game and how there probably is not a cohesive vision with that, and how, you know, that franchise you're talking about has stagnated drastically in terms of its.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting point too. 9,000 people for a game. That feels like 9,000 people developing a game. That almost feels like North Korean fake jobs. You know, there's one job for directing traffic. There's one job for giving water to the traffic lady. There is one job for spying on a person in a specific hotel. Even though there are no people visiting the hotel. That screams to me like an industry failure that you hire 9,000 people to develop a game like Call of Duty. That is a failure of the industry. It's not meant. I don't think you mentioning over 9,000 staff members developing Call of Duty has the intended effect
Quality
that you want
and,
it
you know,
to.
using different ideas. They just recycle and rinse and repeat. That is what Call of Duty is known for, and that's really what a lot of us are fighting, that we just keep on seeing from this AAA games industry. And here we have a developer of Giant Squid saying what execs are going to take away from Silksong is more layoffs, smaller teams make Metroidvanias. What they should take away instead, devs worked on a game they're passionate about with no interference from execs and the time they need to get it done without shareholder pressure. And I actually think that is a mostly good take. But then we get to this one, which is Silksong hastens the death of the critic. And yeah, very much so. Games Journal is very upset that they did not get review codes. Criticism
Asbury, good night. Yes. I love Team Cherry now even more. Even though Silksong as a game is not a game that I like to play. I love Team Cherry even more for doing this. Anything that spites games journalists is any group that spites games journalists is okay in my book. And any game dev who manages to push forward the reality that games journalists are useless is good in my book.
is dying for video games and all arts, and by foregoing review, Silksong helps speed up the process.
And of course they posted it on Blue Sky. They are too afraid to post it on X. They know they're gonna get They
no,
know
criticism
they're gonna get
and
eaten
opinion
alive on
pieces
X.
about video games is very much alive and well. Maybe not so much so in legacy media, but it is alive and well. But these individuals definitely do not want to realize that. We've also seen this take. Why isn't there a term for indie games that aren't actually indie but definitely aren't AAA? Hollow Knight Silksong is not an indie game. They made like $1 bajillion to work with on the first game.
Oh! Oh! Wait, is this on X? Is this on X? Is this on X? I have to make a post. Is this on X? Is this on X? Or is this on X? Let me check. Soap.systems. Let me check. Because I have something to say about this. Damn it. Of course they express it on Blue Sky. Indie team is when you don't make money. My god. Indie team is when you don't make it big. Indie team is when your game is not too popular. I'm so gonna... What the hell is this? What the hell is this crap? My god. Oh my
Individuals
god.
definitely do not want to realize that. We've also seen this take. Why isn't there a term for indie games that aren't actually indie but definitely aren't AAA? Hollow Knight Silksong is not an indie game. They made like $1 bajillion to work with on the first game, which again, they are an indie studio, 3 individuals. Just because they made a bunch of money doesn't change what they are. We also have this former PlayStation employee saying the Silksong think pieces about how an indie game did XYZ scare AAA publishers proves indies can be successful on their own terms. Random statistic which has been flattened into a meaningless and misleading headline is going to utterly be unbearable for the next few weeks, isn't it? Also, to clarify, because said flatlining of internet discourse will inevitably lead to So You Hate Waffles, Silksong is great, Team Cherry is great, video games yay, but also there are literally hundreds of games launched every year that cannot do what TC did for a variety of reasons. Team Cherry. This doesn't mean it's a skill issue. Wonderful games like Balatro, Silksong, and Expedition 33 are the exceptions rather than the rule. The entertainment industry is currently set up to drown its young in a sea of never-ending content. Surviving that requires a set of often unrepeatable circumstances that still doesn't guarantee success. Trying to learn from them is like trying to learn from the habits of billionaires in order to get rich. You can't. Although I do think that there is a model there, especially for the AAA games industry to follow. And it really is to pivot away from risk adversity and also respecting your audience. We have seen this movement, especially from a lot of these AAA publishers.
What? That is just an overly fancy way to say I am jealous that someone else did better than me. And instead of putting more effort towards myself, I am going to blame it on them. I'm going to blame it on the system. The system is broken because I don't get to be successful while someone else does. And you don't ask yourself what that someone else did to be successful while you were not. You forgot to ask yourself that.
This is something that an EA developer admitted earlier this year, that execs told them explicitly that they do not respect their core audience. They're trying to find that.
You see, literally, everyone, this is the problem. I think this is the problem with the indie, quote-unquote indie games group and the AAA corporate ones. They subscribe to models and guides that are completely at odds with the wants of the consumer. That is the problem. And when you normalize systems that are completely at odds with the wants of the consumer, do not be so shocked and upset when your products fail. And do not be so shocked and upset when people who do not subscribe to your guidelines and instead do their own thing and listening to the consumers themselves perform better. Do not be so shocked. I really want to make a post about that also. Because that is a blatantly pervasive problem. It's a pervasive type of self-sabotage. The problem is that they are self-sabotaging themselves and they are either so stupid or deliberately ignoring that they are self-sabotaging themselves. I don't know what other ways to describe that. I want to get started on a post first. Let's see if I just want to make sure I remember what I'm saying, okay? I might as well show you what I'm typing. Okay? They get so shocked and confused that the outlier performs exponentially better than them while they struggle. And because of this, and because of this level of self-awareness deficiency, they try to rationalize the outlier's success as being something humanly improbable. Alright, that should be enough for now.
Broadening modern
The big companies don't like to be shown that they're wrong and just deliberately refuse to learn the right lessons. Correct.
general audience, and that is something that is ruining so many of these franchises, and that's something that you cannot find in the data. And these are one of those lessons that I do think games like Silksong, Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate 3 represents. Next, we have an EA artist saying it is now 0 days since AAA devs hate indie success. Discourse has occurred again. Some of you must think AAA devs assemble board meeting style to shriek about how the cursed indie devs have thwarted us yet again, when in truth, I'm barely making it through today so I can play Silksong later. And I do think a lot of the criticism of the AAA games industry is more so directed at publishers rather than developers, and I do think that is
publishers and the heads of the development teams. Publishers share half the blame. The executives who run the development studios also share
something
the
that's
other half.
often missing from these takes, or I guess it's one of those things that should be obvious, but I guess it's not. But very much so, there is one space, one website in which apparently there's a lot of takes about Silksong happening, and yes, it is LinkedIn. I didn't know they had a big post section, but they very much do so. And we have seen think pieces like this coming from an EA publisher. Silksong is finally coming, so why do I just want to move on? And a basic summarization of this little article coming from an ex-EA employee is this: I'm also ready for the chapter of the industry zeitgeist to be over. Indie games shouldn't live in the shadow of a single messiah. There are too many other voices, visions, and risks worth celebrating. I think this is an
there is a weird fan fiction to be creating. People love Silksong because they enjoyed playing it and they appreciate the devs for thinking about them. Any development team, whether it is corporate AAA or indie dev or AA, you make a game that people want to play and you treat your consumers with respect, you are almost guaranteed success. This is again back to this. It's back to my point about this. This is the problem with games development. They have normalized and made official systems and guidelines for developing products and the marketing of them that are completely at odds with the wants and the desires of their consumer base. And when there's an outsider or outlier who decides to not follow the guidelines they set and instead do their thing and also listening to the very consumers they deem to be below them, as in, remember, Patrick Soderlund, don't like it, don't buy it. They get so shocked and confused that the outliers perform exponentially better than them while they struggle. And because of this level of self-awareness deficiency, they try to rationalize the outlier success as being something humanly improbable. That is so stupid. Exactly right. This is illustrating this again, the point I'm about to make. I'm going to make a post about this. I'm just going to gather some screenshots after the stream is over. But this is exactly my point. Instead of having the humbleness and the self-awareness to realize we are making a mistake, we need to correct course, otherwise we will fail, they are trying to paint it like the people who succeed, the Expedition 33, the Silksongs, the Balantros, that their success was because of some almost supernatural levels of luck or skill on the devs' part. And that is so stupid. The only things the devs did better than these so-called indies and AAA corporate devs is that they have the humbleness and the proper respect for their consumers to know exactly what they want, and then create something for them.
An AI article, but very much so this individual's opinion is that Silksong has been looming over the indie space, and it's time for that not to be the case. Like Grand Theft Auto 6 looms over the AAA games industry, I guess. But these takes, these I believe AI generated articles and stuff, opinion pieces, analysis, has been something.
Like, it's actually, I want you all to be honest with me. What do you think on this opinion? I mean, this is again just my speculation, but after seeing what happened to Silksong, it made me think. Okay, what are the chances? What are the chances that we have so little news about GTA 6 because 2K and Rockstar, Take-Two and Rockstar are getting pressured like this? Do not ever announce GTA 6. Let us other AAA game dev studios have our success before you announce GTA 6. Do you think it's something like that? You think that's probably the biggest reason why GTA 6 there's barely a lick of news so oftentimes? Do you think it's something like that? But remember a few years ago, there was that leak of a pre-alpha of GTA 6, and they showed, and whoever who leaked it showed some snippets of gameplay of a burglary mechanic or a robbery mechanic of a local convenience store. Remember that? Remember that GTA 6 leak back from days ago? From years ago? I think if that game at its infancy, if GTA 6 at its infancy already had some mechanics set up already, I have a feeling that the reason we are not hearing that much about GTA 6 is also large part game dev politics.
Going widespread on LinkedIn. Like, this individual is also a former employee, I believe, of Tencent, Activision Blizzard, EA, and a couple of other companies. Silksong shows that one of the most anticipated indie releases of the decade is still $20. Team Cherry can charge $20 for Silksong even after 8 years of development because they are in a position few indie studios ever reach. Hollow Knight sold millions, giving them financial security and the freedom to take their time without outside pressure. They run a lean operation with just a handful of developers, so their costs are a fraction of what most studios face. By keeping it at $20,
then you have to ask the question then, why are other game dev studios so bloated? Why do you need thousands of staff for your game dev studio? That is a question you have to ask. It is not Team Cherry's fault that they have optimized their development team. It is not their fault.
Team Cherry reinforces that image of being player first, ensuring massive volume across every platform, and sets themselves apart from other titles selling at a higher figure. It feels like a moment where the industry's tensions, the AAA games industry's tensions, are being exposed, because in the end, the player just sees $20 for hundreds of hours of playtime as a deal too good to be mad about. And
why should consumers be mad about it? Why? It's not the consumer's problem. It is not the consumer's problem to think of the poor corporate devs. Consumers will care about the game devs as insofar as the game devs treat them well and release a product that is good. Consumers do not owe game devs any more than the money that they will pay for the game. In a realistic world. Consumers do not owe game devs anything other than if they like the game they have provided, they pay for it and have a copy
Generally don't know
of
if
it.
this individual
That's
actually wrote it, but this is some of the analysis that has been going viral on LinkedIn, which I guess has been leading to a lot of game developers in the AAA games industry being very upset about these opinion pieces. Like, this is one opinion coming from a former developer of Carbine Studios and 38 Games. $20 is a ridiculous price. However, I think people are overstating the praise of their generosity. I think it's a very calculated decision. They know people are lined up to buy it in the millions, so they'll have no issue making their costs back, and it buys a good amount of goodwill from the user base. I don't think this is a pattern most studios can follow. Hollow Knight was one of the most beloved titles of the last 10 years, hailed by many as a perfect game. That's the reason why they can do so confidently, release this game at a lower price.
That is not true. When Hollow Knight first came out, it barely even reached like 6,000 players. It took a lot of years before Hollow Knight even became successful. What crap are you spouting?
Price point without giving away review codes. Frankly, I expected closer to 30 or even more. I'm sure they'd have people buying it still at 40 or higher. And this sentiment is something that we're going to feel from a lot of these LinkedIn remarks. I just don't get the snarky attitude with how Team Cherry has approached this game's development. And there is lessons to be learned from Silksong's development. That is quite clear with the financial and creative flexibility that those developers have enjoyed over the years, and something that the AAA space especially does not get to enjoy. But we've also seen, this is a take that we talked about last video, this specific post right here. I talked about how this was inspiration for the indie space or any developer trying to make it. And it was pointing out that, you know, you had a lot of negative comments coming from this r/gaming subreddit, many people doubting that a Metroidvania was going to make it. It was just going to be another game, people would ignore it. But unfortunately, we have seen a lot of people twist this in a negative way of the game development circles. Like, it starts with this post specifically. This is actually isn't a negative comment. This is coming from the CEO of HoloLive, and this was actually
Oh my god, what did Yago say? What the hell did Yago say? Okay, let's see. Silksong is finding out there's a lesson for all of us to learn. Okay, there's barely anything I can add that most people don't already know. The girls are already playing the game on their channels. It was the most anticipated of 2025 for many. I would even say the most anticipated of the last decade. As a businessman, I'd like to share some thoughts. Okay, let's see. Take a look at the image of this post. When Team Cherry, a small indie dev from South Australia, shared the trailer for their first game, Hollow Knight, on Reddit, they received many negative comments, predicting the game would be an obvious failure. And for a while, we actually thought it's just going to be another forgettable game. That is true. Remember, like I said, they struggled to even reach like 6,000 players. Back when it first came out, and not even during a few months in. Hollow Knight has sold more than 15 million, becoming one of the most successful indie games ever. The game was such a hit that Team Cherry was able to work on a sequel, Silksong, for years, becoming a game that literally broke steam upon release due to immense number of people buying and playing, shattering records. Companies with a large online presence face negative comments all the time. Sometimes a few bad comments can affect us more than hundreds of good ones, if we hyper-focus on them. But that's not what Team Cherry did. They had a dream and a vision. Listening to our feedback, negative, positive, they believed in their project and made it a reality, achieving even more than they could have ever dreamed. I can relate to that feeling. When I started Cover, I never imagined the company would reach the point that it has in 25. With a worldwide presence and the love of millions, but here we are. If you have a dream or a vision, don't give up because others tell you to. Accept all the feedback. Keep working on it, whether it's a game, a company, or any kind of content. Any dream worth having is a dream worth fighting for. We might be in our own Hollow Knight era compared to our beginnings, but I look forward to our Silksong one. Damn it, Yago. Damn it, Yago. Please don't leave. Please don't leave Covercore. Please don't leave Covercore. Please. Don't ever leave Covercore. I am afraid of who will take over you. Please. Oh. Yeah, Yago implying Team yes. Back then, Hololive was just Sora. Yes. During the Seitai Teen Wong years, which is like 2018, around 2018, Sora was like a mid to small VTuber. The big names were still Kizuna-eyed. Pretty big was Kaguya Luna, Mirai Akari, and Zero. If I don't want to join agencies. I don't think I'm a good fit for agencies. For real, I am not a good fit for agencies. No. I'd be chaining myself. I'd be stitching my mouth if I join an agency. That is true. That is true, Xanart. I hope against hope that Yago and Gabe, Newell, both of you use that money and find the secret of immortality and live forever. That is the only way. I fear what will happen if Yago is gone, and I fear what will happen if Gaben is gone.
Actually praised about this comment, and he was specifically saying Silksong is finally out and there is a lesson here for all of us to learn. If you have a dream or a vision, don't give up because others tell you to. Accept all feedback but keep working on, whether it's a game, a company, or any kind of content. Any dream worth having is a dream worth fighting for. For us at Cover, we might be in our Hollow Knight era compared to our beginnings, but look forward to our Silksong 1. And again, they highlighted this specific r/gaming subreddit comment and also the negative comments that were attributed to this. But again, this pissed off a number of game developers. Specifically,
okay, if Yago pisses off AAA game devs or quote-unquote indie game devs,
we had this one.
Oh
this is a former
God,
Techland marketing manager.
Please.
He actually had a number of AAA developers liking this post of Ubisoft.
Yes, if you have angered
Microsoft, Xbox, Techland, NetEase, Bethesda, Konami, and so on and so forth.
Right.
He said, there's a post going around, and it's the one I just showed a second ago, in LinkedIn, in which people or someone
There's a post going around LinkedIn in which Yago allegedly cherry-picked negative comments from the original Hololive Reddit post to make it look like community thought the game was... That was not what he said. That was not what he said. And it was true, however, that people thought that Hollow Knight was just another forgettable side-scroller Metroidvania. That is true. I have seen it I have seen the online discourse before when Hollow Knight was a thing.
Cherry picked negative comments from the original Hollow Knight Reddit post to make it look like the community thought the game was crap. There definitely was a lot of people that did say that.
Damn it, my mic is off. Sorry. Imagine if Team Cherry was commissioned by Yago to make a Hololive themed Metroidvania.
That obviously wasn't the majority, but he calls it pure
imagine
clickbait. The original post is full of positive comments, with the top comments being really favorable. And now for the onslaught of LinkedIn and analysts posting their thoughts on why the game was successful. Cannot wait for these golden nuggets of wisdom. And we saw another developer, this being an indie one, saying, I think the biggest reason why everyone is trying to do Silksong analysis is because they think it's a pathway to copying their success. Truth to be told, however, that
Oh my god, you people! Oh my god! Okay, I'm sorry. This is stupid. This is so stupid. This is a level of lack of self-awareness deficiency that I cannot. This is a level of self-awareness deficiency that I cannot tolerate. Truly.
that isn't going to happen. There is no magical
These people are... I do not know. It is not hard to satisfy gamers. Not hard. In fact, I would say it is so easy to satisfy gamers. Make a game that is fun. Make a game that does not insult you every single second. Whether it is through the ever-present microtransactions, insulting, money-grubbing skins, or a marketing team that insults you every single minute if you say you do not like the game. It is that easy. I don't even know what the meaning of tweaking is. These people are so clueless. I cannot, oh my goodness. People will literally create fan fiction of why someone else succeeded than to actually put in the effort and the humbleness to know exactly what your consumers want. Gamers are some of the loudest people on the internet, and one of the loudest things they can ever express on the internet is what they want. They tell you every single day what they want. All you have to do is listen to them and you can have your silk song. It's that easy. All you have to do is listen to what they want. You can have your Baldur's Gate 3, you can have your silk song. People are going to miss the point. People are so going to miss the point. They are so going to miss the point. Hollow Knight did not become successful because it ticks checkboxes like, oh, Metroidvania, oh, quirky, cel-shaded, quirky 2D graphics. No, it's not that. It became successful because the devs are aware of what their fans want and they themselves want. They created something they want and also just so happens to be something their own fans want. But no, the devs, all they care about now is sending messages. The next cash cow program, the next microtransaction, the next FOMO. That's all they care about now, and they're so shocked their games struggle. I'm going to collect some more I want to collect some more screen caps actually, because I'm prepping to make that post and I am not an holy moly, this is horrible. Okay, I need to open Paint as well. I need to optimize my space. Can only post 4 images to illustrate my points. Can only post 4 images to illustrate my points, unfortunately.
Because said flatlining of internet discourse will inevitably lead to So You Hate Waffles. Silksong is great, Team Cherry is great, video games yay, but also there are literally hundreds of games launched every year that cannot do what TC did for a variety of reasons. Team Cherry. This doesn't mean it's a skill issue. Wonderful games like Balatro, Silksong, and Expedition 33 are the exceptions rather than the rule. The entertainment industry is currently set up to drown its young in a sea of never-ending content. Surviving that requires a set of often unrepeatable circumstances that still doesn't guarantee success. Trying to learn from them is like trying to learn from the habits of billionaires in order to get rich. You can't. Although I do think that there is a model that
These people, I think there is a problem with these devs. It's like elephant in the room type of problem. Really is an elephant in the room type of problem with these devs. The answers are in front of them every second of the day. Every second of the day. It literally is that easy. Listen to your consumers. You don't even have to read their minds. Gamers are vocal about what they want. They will spell out to you what they want. You don't have to read their minds. Unless you have a vision for a game that is so passion-based and you want to make it, if you're just intending to develop a game catered to gaming audience, to your consumers, it literally is that easy. Listen to them. It's so laughable. It's so laughable. they would make excuses for themselves than to recognize. I'm going to look for this LinkedIn post actually. Let me see. Let me see. I'm gonna hide this for now because I'm gonna go into LinkedIn. I'm gonna visit LinkedIn. I want to find the original. Silk Song is finally coming. Nope. Okay. A lot of people are extremely obtuse about this. It is quite shocking how obtuse they are about all of this. Nature of democratic system, but remember they can never force you to pay for something you don't want. True. Pawn, the only answer is to educate people, okay? You know, I was reminded about one specific thing. That I will show you later, okay? I'll show you this video later. It's relating to Helldivers 2, okay? And I think I will show it to you later. It is very important because, Pawn, it illustrates to you that things can change. But I'm just gonna make my collage for now, and you likers probably know that I'm making a collage. I told you so, but let me see. Christopher Angels. All right, let's see. Wrong one. I am... There we go. Here we go. I found a... Oh, not again. Oh, not again. Not again. Not again. Oh, there we go. Better. I'm gonna... While I compile this collage, you can chat with me. Okay? You can ask me questions and I'll answer. But I have to do this. I have to do this. Do... You will find out what collage are made by when I post, okay? I want to show you all something. This is such a weird way to say this. I'll read. Is this from the Legacy Killer? This is the Angel's guy. Something that really tells me they are extremely obtuse about this. Something they are very obtuse about this is favorite Abydo student. Oh, favorite Abydo student. I like Kuroko. Yeah. Shiroko Terror. But anyway, on this part. This part. Okay, 6 on blah 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 blah. Keeping at $20, Team Cherry reinforces the image of player first and show massive volume across every platform, sets them apart, selling higher figures. The long wait has only been made with sequel-like events, or so what might seem unsustainable to most developers work perfectly for them. The irony is that what is so ironic? What is so ironic? When I say an art. Seriously, what is so ironic? Of course! Consumers want a high-quality product at less. Of course! What is so shocking about it? What is so ironic? You can't just use the word irony and not... And the word does not even apply. It's not ironic. It's not ironic. If I had to use the proper word to describe this, I would say it's humbling. It's humbling. It tells you a reality. You just can't release trash at overpriced. You can't just release overpriced trash and scold your own consumer base and expect them to throw money at you. It is not ironic, it is humbling. These people really do not understand. They do not know what they're talking about. There is nothing ironic about this, really. Irony would be seeing consumer base behaving like Nintendrones. That Nintendo can charge $100 for a Switch 2 game and they will still lap it up. That's irony. Because it is ironic because a consumer actively goes against their own interest because of loyalty to a corporation. That is ironic. Not this. Now, of course he made this post on LinkedIn. If he made this post on X, he would be roasted. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I am so tired. Oh my god, I'm so exhausted. I'm gonna put this into the collage as well.
Game was successful. Cannot wait for these golden nuggets of wisdom. And we saw
go. They are so completely... This is why...
Another developer, this being an indie one, saying, I think the biggest reason why everyone is trying to do Silksong analysis is because they think it's a pathway to copying their success. Truth to be told, however, that isn't going to happen. There is no magical formula to make your own Silksong level launch. That's it. That's all there needs to be said about it, and trying to chase otherwise is a waste. And
I can...
this leads to this remark coming from a former dev and employee of 2K Games, Blizzard, and Netflix games, and it was interacted again by many indie and AAA developers. Your Silksong analysis doesn't matter. It brings almost no learnings to anyone except maybe one handful of games to the hundreds of thousands out there being developed. If you're here to better inform 5 people in the internet, congrats, they didn't read it. Now another indie dev can read your analysis, do everything you laid out, and not perform any better, and more likely worse than they would have. For those with joke analysis, well done, you hit the sweet spot. And then many individuals reacted to this.
Oh my goodness. This is the problem with a lot of these people. It is already bad enough that they are so obtuse with understanding what their problem is. It is a whole nother level for them to go Dunning-Kruger like this, thinking that their ignorance is worthy of acting condescending. This is mental torture. This amount of lack of awareness is mental torture for me to witness. This
was
amount
actually
of lack of awareness, lack of self-awareness. They really do not know.
games industry exec saying, I am with you.
This
Games
is
like
a-
this are so special
this
in their
is a
success story.
serious
It's nice to
problem.
witness and give mucho high five to the Band of Brothers, but not try to emulate it or get all wise ass. It's not super wise to say, make a great game and sell it to a strong community and lots of fans for a very affordable price. We saw another indie game dev interacting with this saying, wait, so delaying audience gratification beyond the threshold of insanity shouldn't be the foundation for a fledgling studio's business plan? Well, fuck. And we also saw another game dev saying, have indie devs simply considered making their game the next Silksong? We also saw a former EA director of live service saying, ah yes, the 15-year-long strategy to grind it out and hit the lottery. And this leads next.
My God, these people are horrible. They are absolutely horrible. This is a level. And people wonder why Western games are. And people wonder why. Gamers do not buy their games. This is the type of people you are dealing with. This is the type of people you are dealing with. Last time back in the Gamergate days, people always talk about the entitled gamers. No. It's not the entitled gamers anymore. It's the entitled game devs. Just like how a consumer has a right, a paying customer has a right to complain about your game. But you as a seller or a game developer do not have a right to force people to buy your game.
A former Blizzard animator who said Concord took $400 million to make with a team of 150 plus people, and he said his Roblox game cost him $400 to make with a team of one person. Can you guess which game has had more players? The writing has been on the wall for a long time. I think this year in particular, it's really clear as freaking day where the industry is headed. Indie revolution. And I really don't think that is that far of a take, especially when you see so many of these so-called outlier experiences taking off. It is happening more and more. Obviously, I'm not saying of the hundreds and thousands of indie games, every single one's going to be the next juggernaut, but I do think a lot of the innovation, a lot of the creativity that is happening is from the indie space, and we're seeing that with the amount of Game of the Year contenders that are going to be, you know, at these award shows later on this year coming from that space, or the AA space. Now, this may not come as a surprise, but some developers disagreed with this perspective. First, we have a former Sony Online lead dev. He also worked at Blizzard as a lead dev, saying Concord's failure was all over the press because a AAA game bombing is unusual. That's just not true at all. You don't see the press go nuts when an indie game fails because that's the norm. AAA isn't going anywhere. It is a much higher success rate than indie, and when a AAA game hits, it makes orders of magnitude more than a hit indie game. On the other side of the spectrum, we'll continue to see a deluge of indie games as well because they're easy to churn out. The vast majority will continue to sink into oblivion. As a consumer, wading through tens of thousands of indie failures to get to a handful of gems every year is worth it, since indie is where cool new things happen. As a developer, might as well buy lottery tickets. And the same individual behind this specific remark, in which he said your Silksong analysis doesn't matter, also remarked on this, saying, exactly, publishers are still making 90% of revenue and AAA is still dominating. Folks want to look at some narrative that isn't backed by data. The winners are winning more often. The devs on Roblox aren't winning, the platform is. The devs on Steam aren't winning, the publishers and the platform are. The devs on UEFN aren't winning, Epic Games is. Survivor bias is an awful way to look at things. We talk about the lottery often, and folks don't seem to understand how winning is creating sustained success, not flash in the pan current indie scene. We have no middle ground because we can't even get a good understanding of the basic current economics. And
I'm so tired watching this video. Nagacha, why do you recommend this? Why do you recommend this video to me? I'm so tired watching this. I am so tired watching this. I can only process so much lack of self-awareness. I can only process so much.
And we saw another developer, another individual, again with another Silksong take, saying, I don't understand. This is actually a former Riot Games director and EA manager, saying, I don't think I understand the Silksong discourse on that website. It seems everyone at the stake in waxing poetically about industry trends has something to say about it, and I'm kind of lost why it's the #1 topic of discourse. The game is amazing, no doubt, but I mean, what do you expect from a small team who has already shipped a blockbuster hit once before, then went heads down for 8 years to work on their next game at their own pace? I'm not at all trying to downplay the fact that these guys shipped a contender for Game of the Year, just I don't get all the insightful navel-gazing over the fact that storied veterans who know how to make an amazing game spent 8 years distraction-free making yet another amazing game. Like, I feel like the takeaways from their success is super obvious at face value, is it not?
Oh wow, a voice of reason. Something that isn't completely nonsense. Something that is not completely nonsense. And I've only seen 2 that are not completely nonsense.
I swear I'm not trying to be contrarian, I genuinely want to know what I'm missing. And we actually saw a Stalker 2 game designer responding saying making a hit once doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to repeat the success. People learn more from failures. And look, the opinions, the discussion about Silksong has actually bled into another discussion that happened just a couple of days ago. This is an opinion that came from Baldur's Gate 3, one of the, I think it was their executive in charge of publishing. He said that AAA is perversely fascinated by indie games because those devs still understand how to make good ideas that aren't reliant on data. And this is actually what he said specifically on his Twitter account. Much of the industry has been aggressively data-driven for so long that over generations of talent, the ability institutionally and or intellectually to lead with your gut has become a lost art. This is why AAA is
Oh my goodness. It took tens to hundreds of completely obtuse and clueless game devs for a handful to realize that there is a problem. Nope. Nope. Not playing Stalker 2. I don't think it is worth the money. I might play if someone gives it to me, but it is an Unreal Engine 5 unstable mess. I don't even know whether I want to spend the gigabytes and potentially breaking my SSD because of this whole Windows update to play that game.
becoming perversely fascinated by indie. Indie doesn't have the data, must rely on gut. Sometimes you see games that are doing a very specific thing in AAA, following their gut, their heart. There is no one good way. It's a complex process, and both things are important. However, if a project has no soul, it will show on the screen as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm finally seeing some people with a little bit of sense in that cursed website. Oh my god, LinkedIn is the representation of everything I hate about corpos. Everything. Every single thing.
We saw an indie developer saying, I'm speaking as a full-time indie. Did Larian mention the survival rate? By year 5, 15% of indie.
I already know. I already know. I just want to finish this video. I want to skip things that I already know. This video is annoying me a bit too long.
Indies are still alive, while 75% of AAA companies are. By comparison, this isn't an incremental difference in survivability, it's definitive. We can lecture the corporate world about creativity as much as we want. In the end, they ensure salaries are paid for art to continue existing in some form, while us indies self-slaughter in a bloodbath, pretending we are all the top 16% of indie devs who can maintain a livable salary. There's much more for indies to learn from those highly capable ex-indies or individuals that understand how to generate an income significantly more in value than the other way around. We also saw a former in exile and Ubisoft developer saying analytics are largely up to interpretation and often can have severely negative impact to the brand and game when followed without serious thought to the user experience. I've seen megacorp after megacorp usurp thriving studios and all of their intellectual properties and destroy their value over the course of only a few years in business if they're lucky to have.
Oh my god, so many things. How many of this?
Other sources of money to pay their rent. Art is not a business and business is not art. This is why painters have art dealers. I think Larian is picking up on this relationship and is talking about publishers, not developers. Publishers can act a lot like art dealers, earning money from artists while trying to understand them. But trust me, no game developer on a AAA team is in any way studying what an indie team is doing and how they are doing it. There have been reports that reveal how much internal teams actually have to act like indies. For example, this, and he linked to a Dead Space article from years ago in which they had to put posters in front of EA toilets so executives would look at it, and that's how they would get their funding. Now, we saw another developer, this being an Epic Games dev, saying, I always felt that indie games propelled the AAA industry. Hold the lion's share of the AAA industry is trend chasing, mostly doomed to fail. There are examples of great creativity. The indie space is always creating wonderful experiences, but a more recent trend is the increase in AA and well-funded indie titles that are so exciting. I could not agree with this perspective more. We also saw a NetEase game dev saying, really interesting take. I'd echo what others have said about data, saying, at my old studio we were told which games to look at and forced to sit in mandatory meetings so we could analyze videos of them and look for stuff to copy. No one ever collected any game ideas from the team, who were all purportedly gamers. Unsurprisingly, our studio went out of business. Next, we have a EA producer saying, ironic as Baldur's Gate 3 had a 2-year early access where data was crucial to its success. Not necessarily data, I think feedback from the community, but I guess you could consider that data, I suppose. Indie games with no data, market analysis, or any real understanding of audiences, like taking pot shots at night hoping to hit something. And then lastly, at least with this topic, we have a former Treyarch, Square Enix, and Riot Games developer saying, fundamentally, the success of indie breakout games is due to volume. For every one of these idea game that succeeds, there are hundreds that fail. That's not a sustainable way to run a business. It's not about understanding at all. And the one thing that's really not being discussed at all by many of these individuals is the fact that making a AAA-like experience like we have seen from Expedition 33, the bar is no longer so drastically far apart. You needed to be in a AAA studio 10 to 15 years ago to make that possible. Nowadays, that is no longer the case. And that's why when you have games like Hollow Knight, Silksong, Expedition 33, Split Fiction, The Altars, Blueprints, and so on and so forth, just of this year alone, they represent the future, an indie revolution that I personally do see coming. That's why we're going to see more and more of these indie AA smaller studios taking off. And no, obviously I don't think it's going to be coming from just random developers that have no experience in this industry, but I do think we are going to continue to see many veterans of this industry, never mind $100. It's an absolutely humiliating moment.
The release of Silksong Foldy 20 is an incredible win for players by Zensurship. It's terrible for the free-to-play product managers. Allowed this release. How can they possibly justify value of the $20 gem bundles, never mind $100 bundles? Alright, Alright. It is... I am exhausted. I'm exhausted. Enough with this video. Enough with this video. These people are... Honestly, I don't even know. I don't even know what is wrong with these people. Ah. Let me find it. Where can I find? Where is it? 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 Let me find. Where is it? I can't find it. Hold it. I used to have one video that I looked for. I can't find it anymore. You won't know. You won't know it, unfortunately. Let me see if I have it saved. Let me check. Oh well, I'll just show you a nice a classic image. Since it is Cyrano Day after all. Good night, OP. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll just share some of my Cyrano memes for Cyrano Day. Where is that video? Where is that video? On 9. Let's just check any 9s. Nope. Yeah. This is a good one. This is a good one. Yeah, listen, this is a good one. Planet 9 crashes into Earth. Any more nice Cyrano memes I have? Let me see. Any other Cyrano memes I have? Fine as a classic. Let's show you a classic. This is the last one. Okay, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna finish my meme. I'm gonna finish my post on X, Lurkers. And I'm gonna conclude the stream today. I'm gonna conclude the stream today, but let me check. Let me close some things. Remember, tomorrow I will be on Twitch, Lurkers. By the way, what is it? I'm too tired. The video that Lurker-chan recommended me, I am exhausted. The amount of stupidity from those posts, so-called professionals, so-called adults, so-called game developers, it is so shocking to me. Zero, I don't know. I don't like Metroidvania. I don't like Metroidvania side-scroller games. Wednesdays, this coming tomorrow, yeah. Lurkers, tomorrow, usual time, like today, okay? Tomorrow, usual time like today. You wanna force me to play a Metroidvania side-scroller game? The next, Donathon. The next Donathon, you can try and force me to play one. Wednesdays, tomorrow, 10 September, 10 AM, my time. 9 PM EST. Remember, Lurkers, I will be on Twitch, okay? Tomorrow will be the DMCA days. So don't get upset that, Lurkers, don't get upset that I'm on Twitch. Because YouTube has been always behaving very poorly with copyrighted stuff. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for joining in today. I can't even process my thoughts properly and I'm hungry, okay? Let's have a look. Who is streaming right now? Oh, Hannah is streaming. And let me see. Okay. I've got two choices. Either Mari or Hannah. Which do you prefer? You know what? I'll go to Hannah. I'll go to Hannah. I will go to Hannah. I'll raid Hannah, okay, Lurkers? I will raid Hannah. Let me just make sure everything is set up properly, okay, Lurkers, before I end the stream. There she... Alright, it's correct. Anyway, Lurkers, I will be concluding the stream. Tomorrow, I will see y'all tomorrow, okay, Lurkers? I'll see y'all tomorrow. So, have a good night or afternoon or evening or morning. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, okay? And I'll finish posting my post. Take care, you Lurkers, and... Take care, you Lurkers. And I'm gonna end the stream now, otherwise my brain is not going to process what I'm talking anymore, and